Yo, good morning, Adam. How you doing? I've been trading a little bit pre-market, and it looks like we're potentially going to break out here. I don't know for how long, but that's what price action's looking like. We're building up to bust through this. Oh, that's right, man. How was that? It's a pretty hard push down. I don't know. Good little Wayne on stage is actually extremely funny. Yeah, dude, I imagine that. He's a funny dude. His lyrics are hilarious. Yeah, trying to catch this low here. I'm just not sure if we can get it because I think this is just a pullback. I might have to hit a bunch of break evens here. This thing's pushing down pretty frequently, but I think it's going to pop up all the time. I'm going to have to keep giving it a try. It's looking like this is a pullback and it's going to launch up. I mean, of course, I could be wrong, but that's just what it's looking like. Looking like it was building up pre-market. Take the highs, and then if we're going to go low, take out all this and then potentially continue back up. Oh, what's up, Cupid? I was long earlier this morning. I think it was probably around here. Probably could have just held it, but I didn't. I didn't want to hold it through the open. It is looking like we're going for highs. Not positive yet. I mean, look at all this selling that's going on up here. You got a new eval. You're gonna try and do what we talked about: holding trades, good risk management. Nice, dude. That sounds good. It'll probably be good. Little switch up for your trade management and your mindset. Yo, Lexus. Doing well, man. How are you doing? Thinking, my idea has been that we're going to break out of this, and it's kind of chopping me up right now. So I might have to abandon that idea if we come, crashing down. But it was looking like after we took this low here, we were looking like we were building up to gain some speed to take these highs. Obviously a little tricky. We're at all-time highs. But definitely didn't anticipate this dropping from here. And if this candle goes red, it's going to potentially be a sign I need to flip. But if we start moving down, probably won't just flip immediately to go red, but I will change my bias that we are potentially leaving these highs, take out the low to then go high. So a little unfortunate. I thought I was buying a breakout here and we were going to push up with some momentum, but so far we've just been pulling back. Yeah, just got to make sure I hold it together today. Not a huge fan of this. Like, it looks like this candle's about to flip. We busted through the previous hourly high here and then came right back into the range, and it could just be a pullback, but typically I don't like seeing you busting through the high like this and then having that much pressure push it back down into the range. And from a time perspective, since we've been doing this basically for 10 minutes, been pushing down. I'm just gonna hold my stop here and let it go. If I get stopped out, or if it goes, then great. But on the hourly, you can see this is a trend line, moving up. consecutive green candles, but once we get where where it matters, we have this hard pullback. So I'm hoping it's going to springboard up after all that selling happened right here. And then hopefully we can get a nice pop after we hit these highs. I mean, the good thing is, you know, this candle survived not flipping, going red after all that selling happened. And so, you know, I kind of always talk about like what I'm looking for, and like if that happens is like it's coming down on like a trampoline where it wants to springboard up, and you see the candle kind of like come down and then get pushed back up, come down, get pushed back up. It's looking like we had consistent buying happening once we pulled back after all the selling. So hopefully this is going to continue to go. This is making me squeeze my butt cheeks a little bit, just because, like, you know, I'm trading with a mini here and it was going against me, and I got stopped out a couple times trying to do break evens. But I'm gonna hold my stop here, and hopefully we can get a push up. But, like, you know, obviously I'm constantly analyzing the price action. Just the fact that we come up here again, we're at all-time highs, so you have to make some you have to accept some of this as, you know, there's a lot at stake right here in this area. So these big swings, you know, that's like a 15-point swing, 20-point swing, getting pushed down like that immediately, it just tells you there are lots of people taking profit here. And you probably have some really aggressive sellers here, which can be a good thing, right? So if we got people shorting below this high, once we start exploring these prices up here, it could really explode up, unless which, you know, is obviously very likely that we're going to have controlled breakout price action, algorithmically controlled price action around here. There's a lot at stake. So in any case, let's just see how this plays out. Wish this candle was able to get over these highs. You know, we're coming up on, you know, 15 minutes. This is the hourly, by the way, but let's see how this looks on the 5-minute. Yeah, Lexus, got to make sure I don't overtrade and I be careful. Lexus, so I'm in bigger size because I have a little bit of a cushion. Same size accounts. I typically trade 50K accounts. I have one 150K account, but bigger size when I have some cushion. You know, the goal for these prop firms is to get your account big enough to where you can take bigger size and it doesn't impact you. God, look at this pullback, man. But yeah, so that's the goal, is to where you get enough cushion in your funded accounts to where, you know, you can start trading a little bit bigger, making bigger profits without impacting, you know, your drawdown. Once you get over your specific amount, it stops, you know, your trailing drawdown. So then it's just about continuing to build your cushion so that when you take payouts, it doesn't impact you, doesn't impact your drawdown as much. You know, so if you got like $2,000 drawdown on your accounts, and, you know, you've got $4,000 worth of profit in your account, you got $4,000 worth of drawdown, you got $6,000 worth of profit, you got $6,000 worth of drawdown. So once you get over that like $2,000 mark, it gets easier to manage your funded accounts. Gosh, I really hate this. Now we got this candle right here that could potentially push down. I want to see, every time it pushes down, I want to see it get popped back up. Adam, you're talking about quadruple witching day. Nice, man. Yeah, Ben was talking about quadruple witching day quite a bit for a while, and went back and looked at the triple witching day and quadruple witching day, I think, which happened in June, right? To see what it looked like. And when you have a shit ton of open interest, it looks like it's pretty heavily impacted, and you get a nice move down, a nice drop in price. And then you had some that were just kind of like, average days. After he looked at the open interest yesterday, he was a little less like gung-ho about going short on today, because it looked like there was a significant rebalance that happened. So I'm not sure, on the quadruple witching day, whether or not we should be, I think we should have it obviously for context, but I just don't know if we can, at least for what I saw, have enough data to take advantage of it in a way that's going to be, likely to profit for us. This is looking like a potential reversal now. I might close this early, unfortunately. Yeah, are you thinking about going short, Adam? Tell you what, after all of this struggle, like this price action here is not looking terribly good for the breakout idea I had. We've had multiple attempts to try and go higher, and we keep getting rejected. The only thing, that's keeping me in this trade is that we've done the same thing on the downside. We've had multiple opportunities to fall out of this price range, and we haven't yet. But of course, taking this long for a breakout would have been a hell of a lot cleaner if we, started building up some speed up here. I know, because I've traded them for a couple years, even back tested them for several, and out of any day, they're the days where stuff that you look for looks great, but the trade doesn't work, especially close to market close. Yep, that makes sense, man. Adam, I'm not as familiar with the sort of technical definition of the witching days as it relates to expiries and such. So would you mind doing a short explanation of it here in the chat so that everybody kind of understands what it is? One thing I'm looking, or that could potentially happen at this area too, just to be aware of it, and it happens a lot of times when you have some trouble breaking out of an area. You might get a slam down, real quick. It's a liquidity grab. Essentially, everybody in this trade long gets out, and then they load up down here to take it higher without everybody. Quadruple witching day is the quarterly occurrence on the third Friday of March, June, September, and December, when 4 types of derivative contracts expire simultaneously: stock index futures, options on stock index futures, stock index options, and options on individual stocks. Yep, no, there we go. There's a nice pop. Hopefully it can keep going. So basically, a lot of people got a lot on the line today, and you can expect that they're going to try and close out a lot of their positions before they expire worthless. I would say it's more random volatility, but like you said, you look at June and it wasn't bad. Well, like in June, I think there was something like a 400 point drop in June, but from what Ben was talking, I don't like that double top up there. Obviously, we could just keep going. We could blast through that area, but right now I'm looking for evidence that we could get pullbacks, so on and so forth. So I'm gonna go ahead and close that position. I'm gonna close this one as well. I definitely think we could go a lot higher than this, but I'm not looking to take any chances on this week, to be honest. I mean, I could have held that and pulled up my stop, but I'm trying to be extra careful today. Could have potentially, if I wasn't trading minis, I probably would have just closed out half there. Yo, thanks guys. Let me see. I think it's my animations aren't updating on some of my accounts, but I'm gonna fix that real quick. So yeah, last triple, I guess it was quadruple witching in June. It dropped 40 or 400 points or something like that. So that's significant for sure. But according to Ben, there was a shit ton of open interest, whereas today seems to be different compared to, or based on what he was seeing. I don't really keep track of options, so certainly if Ben wasn't taking a break, I tell him, like, when he's not here, it's like, dude, it'd be great to have that options data, GEX. I've recognized that when there's negative GEX, it can fool me quite a bit, because it's like, what is it? Buy the rip and sell the dip when there's negative GEX. And it tends to, that means there's a lot of follow through, a lot of volatility on both ends. And that tends to fake me out a bit. So be good if Ben was here. I honestly can't believe he's not up right now on triple witching day. I make fun of him, say that he jacks off to triple witching. He's been jacking off to triple witching day for months. Yeah, he's been talking about it for months, like triple witching day, this, I'm gonna go short, I'm gonna put everything in. He's got an options account that he hasn't been trading, and I know he's been wanting to do something. I'm pretty sure he's gonna do something today with it, but I think he wanted to be a little more careful than what he was anticipating, just blindly going short or buying puts. Look back, I remember the June one, that was a banger day, super nice setup for those shorts, yeah. We're getting a little bit, we did tap the all-time high right here and pulled back in. It's not looking as though it's a reversal just yet. It's not enough evidence of that. It looks like, kind of normal behavior at this kind of area. But let's see. I think we got to continue to watch. I think, after taking that trade up there, getting a nice close on it, I'm gonna chill and see, because one of the things I was also anticipating is taking this high, and this is kind of what's been par for the course over the past week or so, maybe 2 weeks. Taking the high in the morning, and sometimes it happens really quickly. You take the high and then you drop, and then we have a short for the morning. And then we expect to pop up after taking out liquidity. So here, we got a ton of liquidity that we've been building on the way up here, and so sort of getting bum rushed and having all this taken out could be something that happens. But when I was looking at this price action, I was thinking, man, this looks very like trendy, really breakouty. That's why I went long up here, even though it was kind of like not the best area to take it long, but I was just seeing the momentum. if this continues to go long, obviously we're at all-time highs. This could, I mean, if you look at it right now, it's pushing pretty hard, right? We got consecutive green candles here on the 5-minute. When it dips back down, it's getting pushed back up. That's breakout behavior. And so I don't know, maybe we can anticipate a pullback down to the breakout level, but this could just, you know, keep going. And if that's the case, unfortunately, I'll probably have to miss this move. Best case scenario would have been holding this from where I was, but that, you know, requires you to be willing to handle some drawdown if if it's going to pull back. And I wasn't really willing to do that. I took that pop and basically just closed it. So, you know, this was the major, you know, buy side liquidity right here, all-time high, tapped it, you know, probably quite a few, you know, stops got hit up here. Now we just want to see, is it coming back into the range, or is this just a pullback to continue going higher? So I think we need a little more information. Now, if we are continuing to go higher, is there a way that we can position ourselves to make money on this breakout? Probably. It's gonna require to have some faith in some of these levels. Like this is a level right here, basically the breakout level, plus we got a fair value gap that's created right here. We want to analyze this, see, is this going to be inverted like this? Is it going to be inverted, or are we going to find support here and push up? If you're taking a long, this could be a potential entry area. This is also the area where most people going long on this would be faked out because it's right after this level and right under this level. So I think I just gotta wait, chill. I'm gonna try and be patient here because right here, you think about it, this is congestion. We got a shit ton of congestion going on right here. Lots of like breakout activity. People go, you know, there's a lot happening right here, and might just need to chill. Wait for something to be a little bit more obvious. But, you know, if you guys are trading low size, this could be an area that you give it a shot long, or, you know, if we close under this, you might consider it small size, taking it short. I'm gonna wait a little bit, wait for this to shake out. We got the 10 a.m. candle coming up here in a second. So I'm gonna pull up the higher, or I'll just switch it right here, switch up to the 60-minute. Let's take off all these drawings and start fresh. Everything here on the hourly still looks bullish, right? So this right here, this candle right here that came down, tapped this 200 EMA, swept this, you know, a lot of this liquidity here. I'm always looking, like, what I'm trying to do is keep track of where is the smart money in. And this candle right here is where I would say there's smart money involved in this. Manipulation down, you know, encouraging sells while they're buying and picking up, you know, bids. So let's make the assumption that smart money is down here. If we make that assumption, it's this, you know, because smart money is not going to take themselves out of a position until they're ready, which would typically be after they hit one of the buy side liquidity objectives. So this is all-time high. We did hit this. So I'm keeping track of this in the sense that like once, let's say once they drive the price up to a point where they've gathered enough contracts to go short, this would be an area of contention that we'd want to be watching. Like I could see it taking out kind of all of this, you know, like this low, this low, this low, this low. Could see it taking out all of that, potentially leaving this, or like on a more extreme. I mean, look, we've been trending up, you know, for a minute, but you can see on these extreme moves, like this one is still intact. This low right here is like probably ripe for the taking. So if we have an extreme, you know, like in Ben's wildest fantasy, triple witching day. I mean, I guess that's too heavy for that. But you know, like if we start creating some shorts and getting away from all-time highs, I would expect this low here with these three relative equal lows here to get hit. Definitely on a higher time frame, but yeah. So I mean, that's quite a ways away. You know, it's like 1,500 points or something like that. But you know, I mean, this is the kind of shit I'd like to remind myself of, because the market can do whatever it wants, and when the time is right, which we don't know what it is, we could have a huge move like this. And this is a smaller version of what I'm talking about. You know, like look at these two lows that got hit right here. Boom. That was a surprise that happened just over, you know, the course of probably a few days. 2 days, right? And that was 23, you know, almost 1,000 points right here. Boom, in 2 days. So I'm not encouraging everybody to go short right now. I'm just, you know, higher time frame analysis. Want to, you know, like when you're playing chess, you want to know what are all the available moves, and you want to be thinking a few steps ahead. And you know, this might be many steps ahead that it happens, but I always want to have it in the back of my mind what's possible, so that I never think, oh, that's impossible that it would do something like that, so that I'm caught off guard. So anyway, that might not be relevant right at this moment, but let's take a look at what we could potentially do today. Everything right now is looking bullish. I got my trading view up right here. Let me pull up ES. ES is looking weak. You guys see that? I mean, some of you guys are watching ES, but let me see, what are we on? So this is 15-minute. Let me pull up. Oh, they're both on 15 minutes. So yeah, ES is looking much weaker. But like if these lows were on the same level, then I would see this as a triple top. Since these lows continue descending, I view this as a potential bull flag. So we got this top that's descending, and we got this bottom descending as well. Could be a potential bull flag to continue higher, even though it looks weaker than what we have here on MNQ. Let me switch to the 5-minute. So you might anticipate something, you know, it dropping out of this range here for a sweep. I don't know. We have this gap down here too, but usually when you see a nice bullish move like this and then a breakdown like this, I'm usually looking for a bull flag setup when this happens. Basically what what NQ has already done. You see how we had a nice drive up. We kind of fall from highs, descending tops, descending lows, and then we bounce up. To me, yeah, to me it looks like ES might be ripe for that. Okay, so let's look at this higher time frame. Let's look at the 4 hour. I mean, everything to me is looking bullish. We've got these unfilled gaps down here. I mean, look at the weekly. So the only, other consideration we might have is because we've had 3 strong weeks in a row, doesn't mean we have to pull back, but the likelihood and the probability of at least getting a 20% pullback on a week like this, I think is pretty high. But again, you're shorting into strength. We got these 3 kind of monstrous weeks, and we're shorting this momentum, or if you're thinking that we're going to be discounted by the end of the day because TGIF, people are taking profits, so on and so forth, that could be a consideration. Obviously, you have to weigh that with all-time high prices and people getting squeezed out, and there being positive momentum that could prevent that from happening, which could be a fake out in itself. But right now, everything looks bullish. It could go up or down. I'm thinking, yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm not really saying a lot. I'm just going through the analysis, and obviously it could go either way. But I gotta walk through this shit so that I have it sorted out in my head what the risks are. If we got these monstrous bullish weeks consecutively, it's tough to want to short that, but also at the same time it could be exhausted. So I think what the that would probably be helpful for all of us. So to summarize, the obvious sort of result of analyzing everything on the short term, analyzing everything on the long term, is that we're at all-time highs. It's going to continue to go higher. Everything looks bullish. One of the few things it has going against it is that it's Friday. And people like to take profits on Friday, but that just could be nonsense today. What is going on here? I think for some reason my ES is not showing the right shit. So this looking weak is probably not the case. It's probably broken out. I mean, let me see. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Yeah, it's broken out. Okay, so still looks weaker. I mean, look at these higher time frame candles. It looks weaker. Who knows? It might even go slightly lower to pick up more orders. Yeah, 100%. I mean, if I was looking at this right now, I mean, this looks like a pretty easy target. But nothing I'm willing to risk money on just yet. So, yes, farm cash. So when you're looking for expansion moves, and ideally we're always trying to catch the expansion candle. This would be considered a reversal candle. This would be considered an expansion candle, small wick, big body. Usually when we see an expansion candle that doesn't break out of the range and come back in, which this, it did tap that high and come back in, but it wasn't a super strong reaction considering where we are. This could be the low of this 4-hour candle. These are 4-hour candles. This could be the low of the 4-hour candle, and this could be a potential expansion candle. Big body, to break out of this range. So if you're looking to get long in this candle, this would be kind of the area you'd be looking for a lower time frame confirmation. Let's look at the 1 minute. So let's say that, okay, we're bullish on this 4-hour candle. Is there anything in this price action that says go long? I don't think so. Since the 4 hours started, which is right here at 10, nothing in here has said go long. The only thing that we see right here is that we closed over this gap. Right here, we closed over that gap, but we didn't expand. We didn't expand through it. So right now, I'm looking at this. These highs right here. Can we not only close over this gap here that we created on this downside? Not only do we close over that, but we go and close over these down close candles, which would be considered an order block right here. So can we close over this order block? And if we do, you could potentially take a trade after closing, basically right at the close over this candle, whatever the opening price is on the next candle. But this is looking a little wishy-washy to me right now. If you pay attention, if you track these as well, you got this. This is the first presented fair value gap. So, how do you use this first presented fair value gap? I mean, you can expect it to be revisited, and you can expect it to be an important level, and you're the one that has to analyze what happens in this level, whether you take it long or you see it as an area that could propel price lower. P. Terry Burger Stand? Yeah, I know about that. Is that what you're getting today or what? Dang man, is OPEX today? You're doing hella good. Thanks, Cupid. Appreciate that, man. You know what I've been wanting? I don't know if I have one around me. Maybe that's why. My brother and I had it yesterday only. Like 2 in the Houston area. It was amazing. Nice, dude. Hell yeah. I've been wanting Shake Shack. I don't think I have one around my house, but I've been wanting Shake Shack here lately. Okay, so I'm looking at this as a potential bull flag. So I don't know. I don't like it enough to go long on it just yet. Potentially an entry down here. I don't like that all this is balanced. Price action, I don't love that. It's balanced. P. Terry's though, big reason to move to Austin. Man, are you single, Adam? I'm guessing you are, but based on you being interested in being in places with, female scenery. I'll be honest. I feel like, at least when I was there in Austin, I feel like the women in Austin is one of the. I mean, I don't know. I can't complain about the women in Texas, period. Because everywhere I've been in Texas has good women. Yeah. But yeah, Austin definitely has a lot of young, pretty girls. All right, so this year, I was looking as a potential entry, and then down here in this first presented fair value gap, potential entry to go long. I don't love the area it's in, except for the fact that it's at this 100 EMA. But like we don't have any other. It's not an area of interest to me other than that. You have some family that lives in Austin? Yeah, it sure has, man. Yeah, I got family there too. My brother and my mom live there. I might be interested in taking a long down here around 24.75, 6 or something like that. I want to see how it reacts in this area. All right, coming into this area here, might be interested in taking it long. I mean, it's looking pretty damn heavy at this moment, so that's what it's got going against this trade. It's looking pretty damn heavy. I'm gonna take a stab. I'm gonna put my stop below this low down here. So it's still looking pretty heavy to me. We did have, an initial reaction out of here, but it looks like we're going to retest this area again. If we start moving up, where my head's at is, if this is indeed the highest, the highest price we're going to get today, and we are reversing and starting to go down, just want to make sure I'm not holding through this whole thing if I'm starting to get signs that this is the top and we're not going to break it. So I guess, in kind of simpler terms, I could be trading the pullback instead of trading a reversal. Again, this is one of those trades where I'm going against the short time frame trend. So we'll probably be smart if we break over this gap to start pulling up my stop. This is also an area where I could consider adding. I'm not going to add here just because I don't know what's going on here. I liked this setup that came down here, but I don't like it enough to start adding right here. That would be a little bit aggressive. I want to see this. If it comes down, I don't want to see it come down like slamming down past that. I want to see, like, if it comes down, it get picked back up pretty quickly. Like what it's doing now, if it continues to do that, I'm going to like it. There we go. Might even consider closing this trade at the top of the trend line here, keeping in mind that if this is the reversal and this is just a pullback, this would likely be the area where it stops having momentum. Another pop up and I'll probably exit. I might just put a limit order right here. Now, if you're in with a little bit lower size, you could just pull some profit right here, because I'm just trading minis right now. Unfortunately, I gotta kind of be in and out. But if you did decide to take this long and you got like 2 contracts, 3 contracts, 4 contracts, you can close half here and then hold the rest, pull up your stop to at the very least break even. I'm gonna go ahead and pull that trade off. It didn't pop up immediately. I wasn't willing to hold through this pullback in case it was stopping short. And anyway, I'm trying to be careful today, so I pulled that trade off real quickly. But if you're still in it, it's not looking bad. It looked like that was potentially a pullback that could have gone deeper. So. On the, overarching larger picture, I still believe this could be a breakout. We'll have to wait and see how it reacts in this area, but I do think that this was a big enough swing low that, again, like, left this intact. Which, we could make the assumption that this, right, is where smart money's at. It left this intact, took out all this bullshit where people are trying to buy the breakout, and then took all those people out, left their position intact, and it could be, going for highs again. Could be. We don't know, but You know, in this area right here, this gap that I have highlighted right here, you know, we'd like to see, you know, if you're in it and you're taking this long, you want to see it expand pretty quickly away from this gap, close above it. I mean, I shouldn't say expand away from it very quickly, but decisively move above it, close. Because essentially right now, what you're thinking about, and this is what you should always be thinking about, or you put yourself in other people's shoes, what's going on. You got positions here, you know, you got positions here, you got positions here, all going short. And as we approach these, you want to see momentum building as the price approaches these people's entries. So you want to see an increasing amount of momentum moving in your favor if you're long. You don't want to see it like get stuck here. Still have yet to close above. You see it popping right now. I like, you know, I'm always talking about pops. I like pops. I want to see that because it's like that is its strength and its unhindered strength. You know, where it's like it can't be held back. Notice how this didn't close above this yet. Yo, what's up, Sarge? Dude, it's been a minute. Where you been? It's been a long time, dude. What have you been up to? All right. So notice how we didn't close above this. Yet. It's look at these consecutive green candles though. This is still looking decent. This flipping red and coming back down is not looking decent. Obviously your analysis has to happen, you know, pretty quickly, and you know, you got to identify what you like and what you don't like. So if you're in this trade and you start seeing this kind of stuff like at a key level, it doesn't mean you have to completely get out, but you might think about downsizing, you know, scaling out. Family business got caught up. How are you, man? Dude, I'm doing well, doing really good. It was my birthday yesterday. I had a good trading day. So yeah, man, everything's going well over here. Are you working with your dad on the family business? So just to go back, you know, to this kind of candle by candle analysis here. You know, it looks like we got a rejection, right? Like a 3 candle reversal here. We got a doji here, then we have a down close candle here, and potential expansion candle here. But all of that that happened right here was like, you want to be watching out for this in the area that you have highlighted, these key levels. Are you seeing what you want to see, or is it questionable? And here it started looking questionable. We didn't expand above it and close quickly. We rejected above it, stayed within this gap, and then eventually closed under it. That's not something you really want to see if you're in this long. Can you hold through this? You can, but like I said, like if this were me, I would have taken some off right here. Alexis, dude, I'm a lot older than that, man. Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm Asian. You'll never know. So I'm going to move up to the higher time frame because maybe we can see a little bit. We got a lot of noise, I feel like, in this 1 minute chart. This 5 minutes still looks like we could be building some momentum to continue going up. But kind of a lot of it depends on how this candle closes. Right now it's looking, like we have consecutive green candles. This is a pretty large pullback, but we didn't come below here. And so it looks like we could continue to push up. You still, if you're in this trade, you still are holding on to, a partial. But I would say if this starts moving lower than here, I would be thinking about getting out. What I do on my birthday? Not much. I'm not huge on doing big parties and celebrations and stuff. I used to do that, and a lot of my friends do that, and it's like, I first of all, my birthday is on a Thursday, and I got to be honest, like, I don't prioritize anything over trading. I found that when I go out, and I think you guys were with me one day when I was hungover. That's a very rare occurrence for me to go out and drink and party during the week. It'll happen like once in a blue moon, but if I can help it, I'm not going to do that. So I typically don't throw a big party. Most of my friends want to plan something for me. Let's go out. Let's do this, that, and the other. And I've kind of, in recent years, I've been more into traveling on my birthday, like with my girlfriend. To skip all the let's celebrate my birthday, everybody come, whatever, making a big deal out of it. I like being out of town on my birthday or just kind of chilling. I think I'm probably going to go camping this weekend with Coda and Mars and my girlfriend and just kind of chill. Maybe, do some psychedelics or something and just take it easy. But yeah, I typically don't want to prioritize anything over trading, which could be seen as a workaholic sort of mentality, but it's just my mindset right now is that I gotta focus. I gotta give 110%. Yeah, going out in nature. We got some beautiful places out here in Colorado, and just go camping out there, hang out with the animals, and yeah, man, get weird. But yeah, so when my friends have birthdays and they want to go, to the club or whatever, and you guys also have to remember that I was in the nightlife scene for many years, so I've done a ton of partying, and I like partying under the right circumstances. But I've partied so much, gone out, I used to run nightclubs, so it was part of my weekly routine. I got my socializing in while I was at nightclubs and stuff, and so I've definitely seen my fair share of DJs and bottle service and girls and all that kind of stuff. And not that I'm too good for that or whatever, it's just not my priority at the moment. If I could choose going to Vegas for a night and getting bottle service, for, let's say, one of the best DJs in the world, do that, or would I rather do that or go to a beach on vacation? I would 10 times over go to the beach on vacation. Go somewhere I've never been before, have food I've never had before. I would choose that all day. Yeah, bottle service stuff is highly overrated, I think. I mean, even if you got money, it's you're gonna and trust me, it was it's been my job to get those types of people that spend money on that in our venues. And there's so many people that spend, think about it. This is typically what happens. A typical bottle service cost, is gonna run you probably, about $2,000. Some people spend $5,000. Some people spend way more than that. But on average, probably $2,000 2 to 3 grand or something, and all you're doing is spending money on overpriced bottles while girls flock to your table because they're getting free drinks. That's how it works all the time. It's like, would I rather spend that 2 grand on that kind of experience or investing it? Investing it, you know, like, I don't know. No, and again, like, I'm not a party pooper. I love having fun, but my priorities are just a little bit different. And like, I'm down to have fun in the right way, but um, yeah, it's just kind of like I've done the club stuff for so long, and you know, which includes, you know, like being on stage with some of the biggest DJs, you know, in the nation, in the world, you know, basically doing, yeah, and you know, being in the nightlife industry means that you can, you know, you get those kind of perks where, you know, I would be on stage entertaining people, you know, guests that, you know, where I'm basically just partying with them all night on stage with, you know, some of the biggest names out there. And basically I've just like, again, it's not like I'm like, it's too good for that shit. It still can be fun, just different priorities. Like when I see that kind of stuff, it's not like, I don't see that as like an opportunity to have fun, or like maybe normal people would that haven't been exposed to that kind of lifestyle very often. For me though, I prioritize my time at home, chilling, hanging out with my animals, hanging out with my girlfriend, hanging out with my good friends. Like I'm gonna go play racquetball with one of my good buddies today. That kind of stuff is it's good. Stay in shape, you know, do healthy activities, do fun activities, and traveling is one of those. So eventually, you know, you might see me streaming while, you know, being somewhere that you know, I'm traveling to. That's my dream, really. Yeah, people be doing dumb stuff for social media. I could give two fucks about social media. Like, I do not care about, the only thing I care about is like, you know, streaming with you guys, if you consider that social media or something, but I don't. And there's a reason why I keep this completely separate from social media and stuff. It's because like, I don't even care to have anybody in my real life, like here. Like, I want to meet new people that are actually trading, you know, sharing the same sort of passion that I have. But other than that, like, I do not doom scroll. I don't get on social media and like see what other people are up to or whatever. I feel like the healthiest kind of mindset you could have surrounding social media, if you're somebody that likes to be productive, is that if you're on social media, it's to create and it's to share rather than consume. The most famous person on my contacts, man, I hate that answering that kind of question. I don't hang out with a lot of famous people. I have hung out with famous people, but that's not even something I value. Like, who could I hit up that's famous? I mean, I don't know. I get the question. I get the question though. Yeah, I mean, there are tons of DJs that I could rattle off that I've partied with. I'll tell you, I'll tell you one. One guy, I forgot his last name, but this was actually a cool one. Jack Whitehall. I partied with that guy. He's a super cool guy. He's a comedian. He's been on some shows before. But he was one that like was really fun. He was fun to hang out with because he was a comedian. It wasn't some, you know, pretentious. I don't know. I've hung out with DJs too that are really cool too. But that was an experience that I actually really enjoyed. Like you know, basically after partied with them, took him to a party after the club, and hung out with him for basically a few days, and that was fun. He's not like a big A-list celebrity or anything. But like, you know, I've hung out with like Borum and like the guys from Pretty Lights, Big Gigantic, some really big name DJs. But I don't know if any of it's noteworthy, and it's certainly not something I like to brag about. Either girls or hate, yeah. Yeah, man, fuck social media. Unless you're using it to make money. If you personally can use social media to make money, then that's great. Use it, because it's one of the best tools you could utilize to make money, remotely and digitally. Dude, I mean, some of the stuff that these people are doing right now with AI is insane. They have AI influencers that they create that are not real, and they're just girls for guys to fap to, and they're not real, and they're pulling in brand sponsorship deals, and let's say I created this fake AI girl that's posing, doing pictures every day or whatever, doing dance videos every once in a while. These guys are making like 15 to 20K per month on these fake AI girls that guys are fapping to. Like, that's not a business that I would want to do, but it does tell you the kind of the insanity of social media plus AI right now, and the potential to make money. Yeah, they're making bank, and all they're doing is like making fake. I mean, you can go on Gemini right now. You can go on Grok right now. You can go on most of the AI platforms, and some are better than others, and you could make a fake girl right now and create that identity, and then copy and paste her in each prompt you do to make a different pose or whatever, and you can create a fake girl on social media right now, and you'll start getting thousands of followers because she's a hot AI fake girl. It's insane to me. Oh yeah, social media for a huge part of screwed up dating in general. I completely agree. And I'll tell you what, now more than ever, if I was single, I would be going out to meet people. Like, the whole process of creating an online profile so that you can I get the efficiency portion of it, but I personally believe that you will build so much more character and such higher quality traits if you get out there and socialize and you talk to girls in person, because as time goes on, that gets more rare, because everybody's scared to talk to people in person unless they have a digital introduction. And so having that skill set as a man to be able to go to a bar, and this is what I used to do when I was single, is I would go to a bar, and I had this rule that if I saw a pretty girl at the bar, within 10 seconds, I had to go up and talk to her. Like, that was my rule, so that I didn't get in my head, oh, what if she doesn't like me? So you can't ask yourself questions. But it's like, if I see a pretty girl, it's like, okay, I got 10 seconds to think about, what I want to say, and then I got to go. And then you go approach them, and you would just be surprised at how surprised a girl is to have a guy just do it old school and go talk to her and say, hey, I saw you from across the bar. I think you're really attractive. I just wanted to come say hi and see if maybe we can have a conversation, or whatever your pickup line is, whatever it is. Like, don't be fake, but you'd be surprised at how effective doing that can be. And also, you're skipping all the bullshit of, like, being catfished potentially, and trying to impress people online, going through hours worth of conversation before you set up a date, and then you go on the date and you realize she was either catfishing me or I don't like her personality. Like, if you go out and you talk to every pretty girl you see, very quickly you'll find that, like, that's the most effective and efficient way to do it, because immediately when you have a conversation with them, if you don't like them, all you have to do is say, hey, thanks for chatting, I'm gonna go hang out with my friends now, or whatever, and then you're done with it, and then you can move on to the next one. Like, that's the way to do it, in my opinion. If you're a single dude, get the fuck out there and don't be a pussy behind dating apps. Dating apps can be such a huge waste of time, in my opinion. So many guys can't even walk up to a girl anymore. 100%. Most of those girls on social media are not girlfriend wife material too. Yeah. And I'm not saying that you're going to find that wife at the bar, but if you go to the right places, you can find some high quality girls that aren't money grubbers and are just out there having a good time with their girlfriends. And you're going to be extremely effective if you are one of the very few guys that can just walk up to him confidently and say, I just wanted to come chat. Way more effective than one of the millions of guys, realistically, just one of the hundreds of guys that hit them up on these dating apps. It's going to be much harder to break through that. It's just like when you think about sales, right? There's a reason why sales, yes, this day and age, emailing, reaching out through social media is going to be the most efficient for time, but the most effective for how you're going to impact a business or how you're going to actually get a meeting with a business is if you see them in person, and it's very rare that salespeople, these days see people in person because of technology. But if you really want to go after one, if you're going after, so for instance, my buddy is a salesperson for software as a sales company, and he was going after Costco. Costco is a huge brand, and he's trying to go after the marketing director. I straight up told him, he was asking me what, we were kind of going over strategies, and I was like, dude, the best way if you want to land this business is you got to figure out what does he do, what is he interested in, what charities does he like, and you got to essentially stalk him, right? So if you find out that this is his office, and you talk to the secretary and you say, hey, I want to do something nice. I'm trying to get, Joe's attention, and I would like to do something nice, for him, to get his attention. So I'm not like every other salesperson trying to do this. What would you recommend? And she's like, well, he likes Starbucks. He likes this, that, and the other, whatever. One of the things that, just off topic, one of the things I used to do as a salesperson is I used to put my materials in a FedEx package, because everybody opens FedEx. But if you just try and drop something off and say, hey, this is from Joe Schmo, they're probably going to throw it directly in the trash can. Back to the Costco thing, it was like, you have to do everything you can to be out of the ordinary because everybody's going after him. Eventually, he got in really good with the secretary, and the secretary was able to give him some good advice and actually set up a meeting, because he approached it differently, right? He wasn't just emailing him, being annoying as fuck, cold calling. And then when the secretary's like, who is this? He wasn't avoiding it. He was open up front and going after this contact directly instead of being a bitch, and he was unique. And so in any case, I don't know, I'm on a rant right now about not being a bitch, I think, is what it comes down to. A lot of people, when it comes to dating, they hide behind their keyboards, they hide behind the digital dating apps, and sometimes getting out there and just getting face-to-face with people is the best way to do it. I've never been one of those nervous guys, because to be honest, if you go out and look around, there's so many attractive girls that if I get rejected by, dude, yeah, it's it's the trade. It's just like trading. It's a numbers game. You got to put yourself out there. You got to put on some risk. You're going to take some losses, but you're not gonna get the girl of your dreams if you're too scared to approach her. Yeah. And I think being nervous is completely natural. But what are you gonna do? You're gonna just, because you're nervous, you're just not gonna go after what you want? Nah. That's not the attitude to have in life, period. All right, so back to trading. This looks short to me. Notice how we came to this gap. We came back down to this first presented fair value gap, and this can offer us a pivot point for a potential short. I'm feeling like this has now been rejected up top. It didn't follow through. Now we're coming back down. We are potentially closing through this first presented fair value gap. If we do that, Definitely feeling like this is getting heavy. This candle right here looks damn heavy. So how would I position this short? Let me get all this drawing off here. The first presented fair value gap is probably the only thing I want to keep on here. So I'm looking at this considering a potential short. Your headphones aren't working right now. I can't chat. My keyboard's broken. We notice we did not close below this. So I might have flipped my my bias here. Thinking about, I'm going to take a long right here. Just because of this rejection down here, I'm taking it long. I'm going to put a stop below this low here. Am I trying to riz you viewers? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Adam. I'm in. I got 2 positions in. My stop might be a little bit tight. The safest stop I think would be under this low, but I don't know that I'm willing to risk it. So we tapped this 100 EMA right here. We did not close below this gap. We had an up close wick candle here, and then we had follow through the high of this wick candle here. Now we haven't closed yet. Closing above this high is ideal, but it did look like we were obviously picking up some momentum. So it could be early on this. Didn't quite get a close above that, so not ideal. Not terrible, but not ideal. We also have this above us now too. Not a terribly huge fan of what's going on with this shit. Looking like I'll probably get stopped out, but probably not a move to be had short for me at least. Yeah, this candle is not great. It looked. I was hoping that we were going to get a nice close above here, but it ended up just being a doji. looking, I don't know. I think it's looking uncertain right now. This wick up here could have been the liquidity grab to continue short. We got the 11 a.m. candle coming up soon. I'm gonna switch to the hourly and see what's up. I don't know, guys. This whole hourly candle doesn't look fantastic for longs. I'm thinking when this 11 a.m. candle opens, let's say we just open like right here at this, basically where my entry is. Maybe it creates a wick up top, let's say to like 780, and then we could just push lower. Based on this hourly analysis, we came back up, we swept this high. This candle created this wick on the top side to push down. So now our bias on the hourly side could be short. And if we are short, this could be realistic that we push up, then push down. Well, I'm gonna take that back for just a second because I missed this, that we swept this previous candle low. That could change my hourly analysis if we swept this low and came back into the range here. Sorry for the flip-flop here, but this would make my hourly bias long since we swept this low. Still a lot of uncertainty here. Looks bullish, but not a shit ton of confirmation or anything. We got wicks on both sides. We sure are making a lot of attempts to go lower. This also is starting to look like, you know, a market maker sell model potentially. Yeah, looks really congested. Yeah, and I'm thinking the same way. Like going short on this, I think would be tough. The the one thing that's happened here this morning. Oh, I just got sucked in. That sucks. But the one thing that happened here this morning that is making this difficult to go long on right now, at least, is we've hit all-time highs today, and we pulled back in from it. So right now, all you see these lower highs being built up. I mean, these look ripe for the taking. But right now, this is the dominant high resistance liquidity right here. But now that we've put in all these, lower highs, could be ripe for the taking. I don't know. I think maybe we have a deeper pullback before going for highs. Kind of the way I'm feeling right now. I don't know why. I gotta fix this. My daily is off, so 1400, 1876, basically minus, let's say, 1876 minus 700. I'm still up like 1100 on the day, but this is not calculating correctly. Yeah, I feel you, Adam. So you're thinking that, you know, might just have to discount whatever analysis you're doing because quadruple witching day might just say fuck your plan and I'm gonna do what I want. All right, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna see if I can fix this real quick. Let me see it. Still off. Let's see. Minus 92. Hopefully this will fix it. Okay. Speaking for myself, I'd rather be cash today and take stupid trades already up. Not bad on the week. Yeah, man. Can't say I disagree with that. I'm probably just going to be extremely conservative here. Like right now, it's grinding down. You know, not seeing anything. This was the potential bounce that I was looking for. I gave it a shot. It failed. So sometimes when you get that, you know, where it's like, okay, well, this looks like a nice area it could bounce from, and it fails, it could potentially be, you know, an indication that your ideas are not sound today, or at least for the current market conditions. It was like we were talking the other day, like you lose 2 in a row, start at least considering the idea that the market could be out to mess you up today. Not that it's trying to get you personally, but like your ideas might not be working today. So I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. It's looking short. Nice, Cupid. You know, I'll tell you what, trading with smaller size and trying to hold out for a little bit larger moves is going to help your emotional state, because when you have fluctuations that are that fast, that quick, they can take you out of trades and hit your max loss. You're on an emotional roller coaster every day you're trading. So I think it's good, man. Yeah, at least you're not negative. And, you know, eventually what you want to be able to do is fine tune your trading so that you're taking, you know, smaller size trades so that you can be consistent. But then eventually, and I don't even want to put this in your head because you're already down to put your foot on the gas. But when you get a really good setup, you know, ideally, that's when you go in heavier. But I wouldn't even be thinking that way just yet. Yeah, I mean, look at this boom right here, 24 to 8, 1750. Like if your goal today was to short the top, I mean, that's a nice trade right there, dude. Was that at 70 points? Trying to find fair value gap or inverted fair value gap strategies, but not really good on this market today. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think it is. The only confirmation we had here is this first presented fair value gap that got rejected, and then now we're under it. I play a bit of COD. You guys telling me not to take any of this? Adam, I think that sounds pretty healthy, dude. Get your mind off the market right now. Sounds pretty healthy. What's up, Coda? If you want to go outside, I'll let you back outside. You want to go outside? You're a good boy. It's looking heavy, but but yeah, Adam, if you're gonna go play some COD, dude, get it. This to me is looking like we're at the very least gonna take out all this shit. This to me looks like the low to watch, you know, for support. You'll be lurking? Nice. Unfortunately, there's not like a short setup, but you know, I want it like if I didn't care about it reversing, you know, taking it here to lower prices would be kind of like what my natural reaction would be to this kind of melting price action. But I'm gonna hold off. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna try and be really safe. So if it dumps, the market is wrong. That's right, dude. The market has been wrong. It was right earlier when I won. The market was right, but this loss that I just had, that was market was fucking way wrong. You can take your weekend early, Lexus. Copy that, man. Hope you have a good one. And I'll see you next week. Enjoy your weekend. Yeah, I've in my experience, it's not great to trade when you're tired, not good to trade when you're hungover, and not good to trade when you're pissed off. And if you're tired, hungover, and pissed off, that's the worst. Yeah. Yeah, you went out to see Lil Wayne last night. Trying to trade after that, I'm sure is rough. Did you guys drink a lot? Yeah, I can imagine being hungry can increase your fight or flight tendencies. Because now you're not trading for, in a relaxed state, you're trading, and your mind doesn't know the difference between trading in a or trading for, future money or trading right now because you need to get food as if you're hunting. Make decisions like you're hunting. You don't drink? That's good, dude. Drinking is horrible. It's fun sometimes, but it's horrible for hangovers. We just we're close to closing this gap too, FYI. Let's see. Right here. Oh damn, you've never had a drink in your life then, or you've never had a hangover in your life. Wow. Yes, hangovers suck, dude. Seen some stuff in your family with alcohol. I guess it can turn me from it. Yeah, that's a good mindset to have. Emily James 9. Thanks for the follow. Your name sounds like you're an artist that does digital artwork, or you are a promoter for Twitch streamers. might be interested in taking a scalp short. I don't know if I was on the mic there, but that that big jump up made me want to get in short. I'm looking at some of these lower targets. Like this would be a good target for me, short. That was it's kind of a quick jump up, right? So I didn't have a lot of time to plan for that, but since we have this momentum short and seeing a spike like that up, typically for me, I'm looking for those kind of spikes to provide an area to get in short for a continuation move. I'm going to drop down to the 5 minute. I think if we break this low, we could start dumping pretty quickly. Again, this target that I have here, probably when I want to take it down, it could be the low of these bodies right here. So it probably won't hold it much more than that unless we see a quick dump through these areas. Might even be looking at this 24/710 for a potential close right above it. Because of the nature of this trade, I'm going to go ahead and break even on this in case it comes back up. Trade like this, especially moving up like that very, very quickly while we're on a downtrend. Essentially, I want to see it reprice and then expand down quickly and then not return to this area. I don't want to back my price. Obviously, that goes for any trade, but in some trades, you might expect some fluctuation. In this trade, I'm not expecting fluctuation. I'm expecting continuation to the downside. We start ranging in here, I'll probably close it. I want to see it flush quickly through this. Right here. I want to see it flush quickly through that. Might be able to choke up a little bit more on this stop. You know, essentially what I'm trying to do is create a clamp. You guys hear me say that a bit, quite a bit, but you know, when you get moves like this, I'm trying to clamp it between my stop loss and my take profit. Especially if it's giving me a little bit of drama. Right now, give me a little bit of drama. We hit this low, hit this low, hit this low, but you know, didn't flush like I wanted it to. Here we go. Starting to move a little quicker. Let's see if we can get another push down. If it starts moving up from here, again, I'm going to start clamping tighter on this stop. This is a kind of a scalp trade where it's in an area where I want it to flush quickly, and if it doesn't flush quickly, I'm gonna keep pushing my stop down so that I can maximize the amount of profit I can get out of it in case there is. There we go. Did you notice how that flushed very quickly? That's what I was looking for in this area. So the reason I was looking for that is because this all looks like manufactured liquidity, and you know, a hard push through that, you know, was essentially what the setup was. We've got all of this balanced price action right here that's essentially I'm seeing as manufactured this. So we got it. It's a nice quick scalp. Now, these levels here that I'm watching, these levels here, you know, lower probability, I think, of, I mean, obviously, you know, we could push through these prices very quickly, but that kind of quick boom pop like that, I wasn't expecting it to go much further than my target on that flush. Here, though, what we could be looking for is, you know, a push down here where we have either some support around here. If we're operating under the assumption that this is smart money, and this is smart money, and this is smart money. This is very, very low volume, so I probably wouldn't have as much faith for this low holding. I have a lot more faith for this low holding. But I'm going to stay flat for a second and just analyze price, see if there's any easy moves for us to get. And right now, what I'm kind of trying to figure out is where would I want to go long. I don't know yet. Ideally, it would be like this low gets taken, and then we bounce from here, like 24,641, somewhere around here. If we bounce from here, that might be a good long. But I don't know. I think we gotta wait right now. At least I'm gonna wait because I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if this is gonna like bounce and then push hard down, or if it could reverse from here. But if it reverses from here, I don't really like taking this level for a long. Emily James 9, how did I know you were gonna say that? Damn, I must be psychic. Your headphones are broken. I would love to hear from you guys. What is it? Like what's up with the headphones being broken script? What is that? I just would like to know. Like what's up with telling people that your headphones are broken? Because everybody, you know, in your industry does that. I'm just curious. I appreciate your hustle, and I'm not going to be an asshole, but I'm very curious to know where that comes from. This sort of bounce behavior that we're getting here, I don't believe it. I believe it's profit taking. but I don't believe we're actually bouncing from this area. This area doesn't seem like a bounce area to me. I think we're gonna go lower. Just my 2 cents on this. Cupid, I can't remember. Are you trading today? Are you trading your evals today? I do believe we could get another flush to the downside. Potentially down to this low. You're on a new one, okay. You took a quick trade, only cut. Okay, copy that, Cupid. Yeah, I know we were talking about your risk management. I just wasn't positive if you were on that new eval yet or not. But good, man. I think, getting used to taking it slow is, well, it's hard, but I think it's a good thing. When you get so used to like high octane moves, large size, making or losing $400 like in a minute very quickly, especially when you're new, you can get addicted to that. Just like anything that provides adrenaline, you get addicted to it. So it's good to start training your brain to take slower wins and to get used to that rhythm as opposed to being dependent on that adrenaline to get you through the day, because a lot of times trading is boring, and the more boring it is, most likely, unless you get into a mindset where you get scared and you start using fear to keep you out of trades, but for the most part, if trading is boring, you're probably treating it the right way. Think of it like being a hunter sitting in a blind waiting for the right deer, waiting for the right shot, or you're a sniper. Ideal scenario is, you're a sniper waiting for your kill. Once it gets in your area, then you pull the trigger, and when you pull the trigger, you make it count. Once you get used to seeing price action, there might be some like that short scalp I just took, right? It wasn't a setup that probably most people would take, but I had a lot of confidence because I have a lot of time on the charts where you can see a setup happening and you get in and you're out very quickly, and the move happened very quickly, and I was anticipating it. But that's kind of a perfect example of like I wasn't getting in any of the other stuff that I saw, but after I saw it pop up like that, I was like, I'm getting in here and I'm anticipating that it's going to go boom and pop through it. and then I got out really quickly. That would be an example of like waiting for the right time and then making an account, making your money, and then sitting and waiting, sitting on your hands again. Right now, I got to be a little careful because this negative 443 that I got here, it's an eval, but I had about $1,000 to go to pass it, and it's annoying me right now. It's annoying me that I'm down on it when the goal was to pass it today and have another funded account. But every time I look at my P&L and I see that negative 443, it's annoying me and it makes me want to fix it immediately. And, that's something you have to, over time, recognize that could be a potential problem for me today. Trying to focus on fixing that isn't the right mindset I should be in. The right mindset I should be in is if I see the right setup, I take it, and that's it. No, what's my P&L? I need to get my head out of that kind of way of thinking because it can start dictating your decisions. It's not a good place to be in. Yeah, because it can leave you to more in the negative. Yeah, 100%. If my goal is to fix that rather than take good trades, then it's going to lead to bad decision making. Yeah. And you've got to learn when you're feeling that. Not that you have to suppress it, but you've got to listen to what you've experienced over the past, because if you're having that feeling, it could potentially change the way you trade. And so you have to take it as a signal. If I'm feeling that way, I have to recognize that I'm feeling that way. And then make sure that that doesn't dictate how I trade and doesn't change what I'm looking for. If you're looking for a quick hit, like a cheap hit, to try and fix that, put a Band-Aid over this gash that you have, it can really, really spiral your day in a really terrible way. So when you study your own emotions and understand your triggers, that can be a trigger to me. When you understand your triggers, you have to be aware of it, and you have to do everything you can to sort of deprogram what the following things are that your natural reactions, you have to deprogram what your natural reactions are to that sort of trigger and get back to trading good, looking for your setups, seeing the evidence you need to see to take the setup rather than feeling inclined to take a setup because you got to fix something. $100%, Cupid. I've had that problem for so much of my trading career where I have some arbitrary number in my head that I want to hit, and being $100 away from it, $50 away from it, and trying to push for that extra 50, even though it goes against what I should be doing based on my trading rules and what my trading setups are, not hitting that arbitrary goal and then struggling to catch back up to where I was and then losing all the profits. And it happens in many, many, many things. And, the challenge in that scenario is, when is enough enough? When is enough enough? And do you cut yourself off once you've hit an arbitrary number, or when you get close to that arbitrary number? I think that you have to use a combination of things. One, you have to have a mechanical system where if you start sliding down a slippery slope, you got to have something that catches you. And that for you would be your trailing stop loss. And if you're not using that, I would highly recommend you at least consider it. Your trailing stop loss for the day would be, let's say it's $300, so that if you hit $600 and then go back down to 300, it locks you out. Unfortunately, I don't have the luxury of having that, so I got to do it like mentally, which is a lot more difficult, because having a mechanical controlled stop loss that happens automatically is kind of the best case scenario, especially if you don't have a lot of self-control and you want more. You want more. It's good. It's a really good way of preventing that from happening until you have the discipline to do it yourself. But back to the question, when is enough enough? And for an extremely disciplined trader, you should be able to watch the market all day, and you take your setups and you gather clues. And if the clues are that the market's not swinging in your favor and your setups aren't working, then you can stop. But if it's all part of, like, if you can recognize that you're the one taking the bad setups and you're triggered, then you have to cut yourself off. That's not ideal in the long run, because you should be able to see setups and adjust. But sometimes you get tilted and you're taking the wrong setups. And if you know that you're tilted for the rest of the day, it's best to minimize the amount of damage you do. Just set your daily stop loss to 400. Nice, dude. That's going to keep you a lot calmer. It's going to suck when you hit that $400 stop loss, and you're probably going to be tempted to, when you hit like negative 350, to go change it. I would recommend setting it up in a way to where you can't go in there and change the settings. Since you're on Top Step, you can do that. You lock yourself out from the settings after you set it, because here's what it comes down to. You've set up in your mind and now in the software what you're willing to lose on the day. Think about it this way: when you're in the moment, in the heat of the moment, and you're trading and you're gaining or losing money, should that change? It really shouldn't. You've made the sound decision when you're not in a trade, when you're not tilted, when you're not emotionally compromised. You've made the decision 400 is going to be your daily stop loss. You thinking that's correct will change based on your emotions. But if you're logically thinking and that's what you set it up as, don't change it. Or set it up to where you can't change it. But don't change that, mainly because whatever you set it up in your mind, and of course, that can be subjective. So objectively speaking, though, when you set up a stop loss like that, and I can tell you right now, 400 is reasonable. If you have $2,000 worth of drawdown and you hit negative 400, you can come back the next day and you can make $400 and be break even. But if you start going down to negative 800, negative 1,500, negative 1,000, whatever, it starts getting really mentally taxing, being negative that far down and 50% of your drawdown. It starts getting extremely tough, because now, instead of having 2,000, it gets harder and harder to recover, because you're digging into the amount of drawdown you have. Now it's like, if you get down to negative 1,000, it's like, instead of making 1,000 on $2,000 worth of drawdown, now you have 1,000 worth of drawdown and you got to try and make 1,000 back. That gets difficult, because now you're not dealing with like asymmetrical drawdown versus what you're having to dig yourself out of. Good, dude. Make it to where you can't change it. If you don't have the discipline to do it yet, which is really difficult for me as well. If you don't have that discipline, force yourself to do it, which means put that lock on yourself so that you start developing that sort of forced discipline until you can do it yourself and whatever. Some people just will always do that, and I would be one of those people. If I had those options, I would force myself to do that. Because there's so many days I've squandered. I mean, I can't even tell you how many days I've squandered where I'm up huge and I give it all back because I go on tilt because I was trying to hit a specific number and I didn't hit it. And that doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. You got to think of trading like a business, you know. And if something is harming your business, yourself, like if you're harming your own business, you got to get yourself out of there. And trading is one of the only, I mean, you know, we day trade every single day, and it is one of the only jobs that exists out there where you're not only making money, but you're losing money like consistently. You know, like you're consistently making money, you're consistently losing money. So you got to control that downside as if your life depends on it, because it does. If you can't control the downside, might as well not be trading, because the only thing that matters in trading is, yes, you got to have an edge, but preserving your capital is your number one priority. It's way better to be safe than to have a huge gain day. Can you do that safely? Now you can start patting yourself on the back. If you can get huge gains while doing it safely, now you can pat yourself on the back. But if it takes you, you know, huge drawdown to get those huge gains, you got to make some adjustments. I've been there, Cupid. I know exactly what you're talking about. Know exactly what you're talking about, man. And for where you are in your trading career, you know, something to think about maybe over the weekend or whatever is whether or not you want to have a limit on how much you make that then cuts you off. So if you make $1,500, well, because you're in an eval right now, you should cut yourself off at $1,500. I mean, because it doesn't matter if you make more, but you might consider like a 700 or 750 or 400 or something like that, so that you can pace yourself and not be tempted to swing for the fences when you've already had a base hit. Yeah, let me know how it goes, man. Looking like this could be a potential bounce here. I'm not willing to take it because I didn't like where we're bouncing. I don't like where we're bouncing from. Now, this could very well go without me, but if I'm going to take this long, I would want to take it at a lower price. Not necessarily just because it's a lower price, but because I think that leaving this liquidity down here open is a risk for longs. So look at this right here. We took all this out, but we do have now, let's say this, and now this. So while this could, you know, blast up and this could be the long that, you know, sends it, I do think that these levels here are at risk. Yep, I've got a fair value gap right here. I'm more inclined to think that we're going to reverse and take all this out. Go short. I'm just, I don't know if I want to put risk on. I don't know if I'm willing to risk money on it, but that's what I'm leaning toward, is that we could potentially get resistance up here and reverse and come back down. Now, this setup here, what I do normally when I see this kind of setup, right, I'm calling this a windshield wiper. All green candles. Pullback is still green, or the pullback attempt is still green. and then we move up for like a measured move here, a 1-to-1 measured move, meaning that this candle right here, we should see that on the upside here, following this attempt of a pullback. This is a micro pullback. We should see that happen, right? We should see one measured move, and this is just based on my experience in back testing, especially when you see this out of an area that could be a potential bounce. Now, what I had the other day, the setup I saw, was we moved into a key area on a move like this, and we didn't follow through. We had an immediate rejection up here, and that to me would be a potential short if we see that. Not seeing it so far, we're looking like this is going to complete. But if I see it stop midway here, and it didn't stop, so this is probably invalid. But if I did see this stop like right here and just basically run into a wall on the upside, I would most likely take that short. Since we didn't do that, I'm not looking short at the moment. The fact that we did stop dead in tracks right here, I'm a little tempted to take this short, but I'm not. I don't have a whole hell of a lot of confidence. I might switch to MNQ and take a smaller position size short. I'm going to take it on that eval that I'm trying to pass. Let's see, what is it? 93. I'm going to take it short. I'm going to go in small size. I'm going to put my stop above these highs. It looked like we could be stopping a little short of the extension arm of this leg, which to me is like, I like that setup. I would have liked it better if we had stopped like at 24,755, for instance. I would have liked that better. But let's wait and see what happens. The other thing, that just to take into consideration, we could, we're at all-time highs. So any time you have an inkling to go short, just know that it comes with a sizable amount of risk, because your win rate is going to be off at all-time highs, especially going short is what I mean, particularly when going short, because you have a high level of sensitivity once you get to these lower levels. And while this wasn't something I was willing to go long on, basically because of this, I'm willing to take a riskier short to see if we can go break these lows. Not looking promising so far. And here you can see we did fully realize the extension of this move that I'm, typically pretty fond of, moving in either direction, this windshield wiper pattern. I like it because when you have strength, it's tough to hide strength. And this is one of those moves where, like, when you have this pullback here that can't close red, pushes up, it shows you strength to the upside. Now, I know that I took this in the opposite direction. I might have been, a little bit early on that, but when I saw this double top happening right here at this area that I was watching, it was looking like we could potentially be rejecting. And I was short biased because I see these liquidity levels as targets. So, could be very wrong on it. Was willing to take a stab. I'll let it play out. I like where I have my stop. I still like the idea, but obviously this price action is not inspiring confidence in the idea. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Cupid. I think, I, that's how the game should be played. Is what it comes down to. Smaller risk on the ones that you're not sure about, and there's an argument to be made. Only go in on the ones that you are sure about, but there will be a sort of graded priority where you have setups that you have more confidence in. And it goes back to the same idea, I relate it to like how you play poker or how you play blackjack. Go in heavy when the odds are in your favor. But there's still times where it might be slightly in your favor. And the way it works in blackjack, if you're counting cards, is when it starts leaning in your favor, you take, let's say, double your size that you normally do. So if you're betting $25 per hand, you then bet 50. Well, when it's highly in your favor, now you do a multiple of 5 or a multiple of 10. So instead of $25, now maybe you're betting 250. Maybe you're betting 500 if it's really in your favor. So I apply the same thing. And so if you take a loss, you take a small loss, but if you get a nice win, it can recover from all that. So here, seeing nothing but green candles, is there anything that's now leading us to believe that we're going to go short? Not at the moment. I saw that hesitation here. I liked it better for short, but now, I don't know. I could see this, continuing to build momentum as we get higher and higher and higher, and I could see this taking out these highs. But could also be super dirty to see it reverse from like 24,800, come back down. Hourly candles. Still look extremely bullish. You can see we had this pullback. I just wasn't the biggest fan of trying to take it long from this area. I was hoping we were going to get a bigger pullback, but might not be the case. Might just be wrong, and this might be going for all-time highs again. Adam, you fucking crack me up, dude. Can you send me Bitcoin? Holy shit. Looking more and more like a breakout here. This goes back to that, the idea that normally when you see this kind of price action, you're thinking this is bearish, right? It goes back to that idea that you've got to discount that when we're at all-time highs, because just go back and look. I'll put this on 30 minutes so we can see more data. And just go back and look. Change this to 90 days. Go back and look when we're fighting at all-time highs. Look what happens every time we go bearish. Every time we go bearish, it gets picked back up. Every time we go bearish. So when you have these bearish ideas at all-time highs, you've got to discount it a little bit. Either discount it with the size you're taking. That's probably the best way to do it. Discount it with the size you're taking, and also discount it with the frequency that you're trying these ideas. Because this is looking extremely bearish, and then immediately, boom, pop. This is is looking really bearish, and then immediately just boom, explosion. So when you're having these bearish ideas and you find yourself being a contrarian to, you know, normal, like if you're simply looking at this from an analyst standpoint, you're saying the probability of a continued short is very, very low, right? There's been a 0% success rate of this continuing short to the previous, you know, big low that was created. This is a big low that was created. This is a big low, big low, big low, big low. There's a 0% success rate of that. Maybe here, maybe that's 1 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe you got like a 5% chance of it taking out the previously established low, big low. So like from a purely statistical standpoint, there's a very low likelihood that a low is going to have continuation, until it does, of course. But in the meantime, when you're trading all-time highs, it's almost like the best thing to do is just be bullish. Taking shorts is extremely risky in these kinds of environments. So it can be helpful if you just tell yourself until something shifts, you know, until like have a point. Like until we break below here, I'm only taking long setups. OMM Walner 33, what's up? Just being bullish. Yeah, I mean, really, it's kind of the right way to play all-time highs. So if you don't see a bullish setup, wait for a bullish setup. Yeah, I mean, people who are bullish at all-time highs. I mean, even as day traders, like, I mean, look at the success rate of the bullish moves. You know, wait for it to dip hard and just buy it. Buy that. Buy that. Buy that. Buy that. Buy that. Buy that. I know. It is as simple as that. We try and complicate shit by trying to outsmart the market, and it's like, dude, look at this shit. I mean, it's just like, come on. Come on. Buy that shit. Buy that shit. Buy that shit. You know, oh, it looks like it's selling. I'm going to buy it. Honestly, at all-time highs, I mean, obviously it's a different kind of market condition, but you got to play the market based on what the market conditions are, you know, and this is a bull market right now. So you can get away with scalping shorts, you can, but if you want the probability in your favor, buy the dip. Even on a day trading level, buy the fucking dip. Exactly. Us trying to overcomplicate it, outsmart it, think that we're right. Well, I take that back. We're always right. The market's the one that's wrong. But if we want our lives to be easier, buy the dip. Buy the dip. Buy the dip. Buy the dip. Always. In this kind of market condition until we have something drastic happen. You know, and today was one of those days where, you know, there might be a special consideration towards short since it's quadruple witching day, right? But we didn't see that play out, at least yet. We didn't see it play out. So today might be the exception to that rule, at least in what you're considering. But every other single day here would be great if you just bought the dip. You're about to say, yeah, we're never wrong. The market's fucking wrong. Walner 33. Yes, I have. I've taken a look at ICT. I've definitely taken some concepts from ICT, but I've also, you know, studied from like SMB Capital. Tom Hugard is another one of my favorites. And like some of the older school guys, I always recommend checking out a guy named Rainer Tio. Am I planning on taking another trade? I don't know. We're approaching all-time highs here. It's looking breakouty, so I could potentially take a breakout trade. But unfortunately, we missed this dip area. I didn't love this area to go long from. So I don't know. I don't know if I'll take another trade or not, but it just depends on what I see. If I see something, I will. So Wallner's 33. I do, I pay attention to fair value gaps. I pay attention to order blocks. I usually highlight the first presented fair value gap. I consider myself a liquidity trader. So I'm always looking for, where does liquidity exist? Where was it taken? And where's the next area? Essentially looking at liquidity for fuel for the market. And as the intention, the market having the intention of having liquidity objectives that it goes to, especially for larger. What I don't subscribe to, Wallner, is that there's one algorithm running the market. I think there are multiple algorithms and there are multiple sort of conglomerates that control price action, not just one coded algorithm that was done by ICT. I do not believe that. What about yourself, Wallner? What kind of trader are you? Copy that. Cool. Well, we're most likely in the same boat. And as far as, watching key levels and then, making decisions based off of what, the highest priority liquidity levels are. So here, mostly because I can identify these pretty easily. But, for the sake of, being complete with and sharing my analysis, I definitely key into, these kinds of levels. I also put a lot of emphasis on Fibonacci levels. So for this dealing range, I'm looking at how do we respect or disrespect these levels. Mostly the 50%, the 25%, and the 75%. You can see we got gaps created on all these levels. It's looking extremely bullish right now. But then also on these larger range moves, I like Fibonacci's on these as well, like this right here. How do we respect or disrespect these levels as well? Sometimes bears could be the short. Yeah, I love those double tops. Yep, for sure. And Adam, this could be the short, yes. But remember, what is the likelihood? Even though it looks like it could be the short, what's the likelihood? It's very, very low. I mean, it could be the short that goes, short, but the highest probability trade we got on the table is to wait for it to go short and then go long. Now that's, I'm also speaking for myself because, of course, the way I'm thinking as a contrarian is someone that likes to say, fuck everybody. I'm going to do my own thing. And I'm the one that's right, the market's the one that's wrong. As somebody that naturally gravitates towards that mindset, of course, I'm looking at this and being like, ooh, we could pop above here and then this could dump. I'd love to be short in this dump. But sometimes you got to fight against yourself. This is not a high one, but yeah, of course it doesn't turn people away from buying lottery tickets. I agree the ICT only teaches one part of his algo. I do agree with you there that multiple law each their own time. Yeah, so Walner, I mean it's proven that at least 80%, probably more now, 80% of the market is run by high frequency trading algorithms, not just one algorithm. It's when you have the biggest banks in the world that control algorithms, there's just you can't say that multiple algorithms don't exist, because we know for a fact that they do. So while I do appreciate a lot of what IC teaches, what I don't appreciate is the flat out dishonesty and him claiming to have coded the algorithm that controls all markets. He's not even a coder. He's not a technical guy. Now, does he show an extreme talent and knowledge for the way the market moves? Yes, undeniably. But some of the claims, and like the Robbins Cup bullshit, I don't know if you follow him that much, but the Robbins Cup bullshit when he's gone live, the way he operates and stuff, I think he's a great entertainer and a great teacher of the material. But when it comes down to proving some of the stuff he's saying, like the algo shit, it's not true. And the Robbins Cup, he got kicked, he got screwed up. He screwed up his opportunity in the Robbins Cup to show everybody that he can trade well. And his excuse was that he did it on purpose. And that's bullshit. It's flat out bullshit. And, him claiming to have an above 90% win rate, and then he goes live. And when he goes live, he, hits 5 losing trades in a row. And by the way, I don't give a shit. Like, everybody loses and I lose all the time. But the fact that he claims this kind of stuff, and then when it comes down to proving it, there just isn't proof. So that's what I don't appreciate. And so I like his concepts. I don't like the sort of arrogance and some of the claims he makes without being able to prove it. Dude, and he's one of the most entertaining people ever. Adam, we're talking about this guy, the Inner Circle Trader, ICT. So he's come up with, I'm sure he's leaned heavily on other sources for education, but he's a popular teacher for trading concepts right now. He teaches like smart money concepts, fair value gaps. So fair value gaps, are you can see fair value gaps represented a lot of times in volume profile. But it's a way to visually see where you have one directional trading happen, which can provide good opportunities for repricing, restructuring, and, essentially areas for support and resistance. When you have low volume nodes and one-sided low volume nodes. But in any case, he's a guy that there's a lot of controversy surrounding him because of his claims that he coded the algorithm that controls all markets. But as an educator, take all that shit aside, does he teach good content? I would say yes. Is he a good, is he entertaining when he teaches? Yes. Does he have a good grasp on the mindset that it takes to be a successful trader? I would say yes. So there are things that I sort of cherry pick from what his teachings are. And I try to ignore all the other shit that is controversial because, like, I don't know. I don't like drama. I don't like bullshit. I don't like being bullshitted. But, putting his concepts into practice, there's a lot of validity to it. and the way the markets move and feed off liquidity, so on and so forth. Dude, Adam, you can go down a rabbit hole because his lectures are like sometimes 2 to 4 hours long, and you might get a couple of nuggets out of it that can be good nuggets. But you can definitely go down a rabbit hole, and if you like watching trading YouTube videos, I mean, go, check out some of his videos. And he's got annotated mentorships on a yearly basis. So he's got like a 2022 mentorship, 2024 mentorship, 2023, I think 2024. So like yearly mentorships, and you can watch them as a series. And you'll go down a rabbit hole, and he's highly entertaining. But some of the stuff he says is definitely not true, which I just kind of I hate dishonesty, especially if you're in a role like that. Yeah, some of his Twitter Spaces shit is hilarious. A lot of it, and so I think there's a lot of good you can take out of it, and if you ignore the bullshit, then I think there's a lot of learning you can do as a trader, or growing you can do as a trader. Yeah, man, check him out just to see. At the very least, I promise you'll be entertained. I agree. 99% of the stuff online is trading is complete BS, and it's because people are trying to make money off of educating people. Unfortunately, is what it comes down to. And you can sell anything with trading because trading is so elusive that it's hard to prove or disprove what people are saying. It's hard to disprove that you can't make this work, if you give it everything you got. But I would, and there are a lot of people that argue against the idea that a lot of trading is psychology, but I don't argue with that because I know from experience that you can have the right system with the wrong psychology and the wrong trade management and the wrong emotions, and you can completely botch that system to where it's not profitable every single time because you fuck up the execution of it. And I also know you can take a simple strategy like a 200 EMA bounce, right? This is a 200 EMA bounce. You can take a simple strategy like this and be successful with it with the proper risk management. Let's go back and look at this 200 EMA bounce, right? You can make money off of this. And it's such a simple strategy that everybody, when they're young and trying to learn how to trade, will likely try when they're young, but then eventually give up on it because they don't manage their emotions correctly, they don't manage the strategy correctly, they don't manage their risk correctly, and so they give up on it, when this is one of the simplest strategies you could use, and you can absolutely make money on this. If you only took 200 EMA bounces, yeah, you're gonna have some losing trades sometimes, but if you're using other concepts to give you confluence with your 200 EMA bounces, you could be highly profitable. You could have a very successful trading career just taking 200 EMA bounces. You ignore everything else. So I place a lot of emphasis on the trader learning to understand what type of trader you are so that you can manage your own emotions and manage a system that's going to work for you. Rather than like, I gotta find this secret indicator that's top secret. It's gonna make me profitable. It's like, you could have the best indicator in the world, but if you suck at executing, you're not gonna be a successful trader, unfortunately. We're still looking bullish, breakouty. While I could see this possibly just like, basically saying fuck you to everybody that's trying to take this short and just blast off. I could see that happening. Obviously, we're at all-time highs here, and taking a breakout here could work out, but obviously based on this price action, right? And you can clearly see we hit all-time highs here, and we just immediately reversed. So there is the
probability you have to consider of, price fucking around up here. Maybe we take this high and we come right back down. So what does that mean for how we're going to trade this? How do we make money is the ultimate question. Well, if I am looking long, I probably want it to pull back to one of these areas. I don't know that I'm going to be looking for shorts. Simply because, well, we tapped this high, we came back down, now we're going back up to the highs. And typically when we're doing that, it's either we're ranging or we're looking for higher prices. And based on, looking at the past few months, you can take a short, you can take a short, but you can also get blown out of the water by taking shorts. So while I've made, some decent calls on some of these shorts, like I took a short yesterday, basically here, took a short. It, I closed very quickly right here, and then it blasted up. So now we're at the top of the range. Could a short work out here? Yeah, for sure, it could. But a little bit risky. I would say even riskier now because we came back down and now we're revisiting these higher prices. Now it's riskier to take a short because the fact that we've gone all the way down here, now all the way back up, tells me there's higher price discovery that is likely to happen because we've gone through all this bullshit. Now we're right back up here at all-time highs. Are we going to go through all of this just to fail again? Quite possibly, but the likelihood of that being the case without taking out higher prices, I think is lower. So in hindsight, taking this 200 EMA bounce would have been, the move, and you're holding for, 100 points or something like that. But the reason I didn't is because I didn't like this. I didn't like that we still had this resting liquidity here. And I didn't like that we had this resting liquidity here. So I was at the very least looking to take out these lows before taking a bounce trade, like potentially in this gap right here. 24,690-ish, I think would have been an okay area for me to potentially go long, or even 24,700. But kind of fell short of that and started moving without me. So unfortunately, we're sitting here watching this thing break out. Sometimes you're gonna have that happen. It's not gonna hit your level. You're not gonna take a trade, and you just have to sit on your hands. Unfortunately. I think I'm done trading my funded accounts. Just FYI, y'all. So if I'm taking trades for the remainder of the day, it's likely just going to be on my evals. As I was saying earlier, I got this eval here at that negative $572. It's kind of it's annoying me. It's triggering me because I was hoping I was going to pass it today, and so sometimes when this happens and I get pretty close to passing an eval, I can go on tilt and blow it. So I'm going to try and prevent that from happening. And then I got another eval here that I could start trading on. I'm just not sure. Obviously, I haven't seen anything yet to do it, but just know that I'm probably done trading my funded accounts unless I see something really good, really high probability. But I could also see the remainder of the day being a little squirrely. We've had some pretty decent moves here, but if we start ranging and going back and forth or something like that, it could, just chop me up and frustrate me before the weekend. Got to preserve your mental capital too. Obviously, higher time frame continues to look bullish. Pull this up here. I'm looking at ES as well. see if we can get any clues. But as of right now, everything is kind of pointing bullish. This is the hourly. This is the 4 hour. This is ES on the hourly. ES is below all-time highs right now. So ES is lagging behind a little bit. ES closed this gap. NQ did not close this gap. So what sense can you make of that if you're an SMT trader? You're looking for inconsistencies in correlated assets. Like you're looking for an inconsistency between what NQ does and what ES does. And so ES closing this gap and then moving bullish could be a signal to take a long. I am looking at this incorrectly. This is a gap from previously. Let me see, did ES take that? Yeah. Okay. Well, ES did take that, so I guess it applies. The one thing I'm not loving about the longs, while all the price action is bullish, we're not having explosive price, momentum going up. I mean, this is pretty damn strong, right? In its structure, we got all green candles coming up here, but as we reach this breakout level of all-time highs, we're not seeing anything happen that's really indicating that we're going super bullish. Wolner, yeah. So I trade with my funded futures. I have one Apex account, and what I usually do is rotate between like my funded futures. I used to use Top Step. I actually recommend Top Step for most people. I love Top Step. I think they're a great company. And then Take Profit Trader. Take Profit, my funded futures, I like my funded futures. Their customer support is really good. Their payout happens automatically, so there's no bullshit you have to go through once you earn your payout. Top Step is the same way. Tradeify is good as well. Take Profit Trader. I did have one bad experience with Take Profit Trader. I had a funded account where I accidentally had one micro contract that basically didn't close. I had my stop not calculated correctly, where it closed out all but one. So I got stopped out of a trade at the end of the day, and I was at the very end of the day, and I didn't realize that I had one contract that was held through the weekend, and they just basically took my funded account away. And I was like, that's fucking bullshit. I recognize that it's my fault for not having it closed over the weekend, but it's like, it's one micro. It's like I'm a good customer of yours. Why would you not have a customer service rep reach out to me and say, hey, just so you know, it's our rule that you can't have trades carry over the weekend. We're gonna let it slide this time or whatever, but just know it for the future. That's fucking customer service right there, especially for somebody that's a good customer of theirs, right? So that was annoying for Take Profit Trader. I've never had a bad experience with my funded futures, Top Step. Apex, I've had some negative experiences with. Essentially, with Apex, it was like, every once in a while, with one of the platforms, whether it's Tradeovate or, used to be, Rhythmic or whatever, every once in a while you'll have a bad experience where you can't close a trade, or let's say the chart doesn't update, something like that, right? And I had an experience like that with Apex, where I had like I couldn't close a trade, and I was copy trading, and I couldn't close a trade, and so it impacted me. I mean, you think about it, it was like a couple $100 or something like that. I couldn't close it, and it because I was copy trading, probably like 20 accounts. I mean, that's a huge amount of money to lose because of software. Software performance that wasn't my fault. And because I didn't have a video recording of that happening, they wouldn't remove that trade. And that to me is like, it's fucking bullshit. Like, we invest a lot of time, energy, and effort into being successful in trading, and having something like that happen, and for them to expect, and this is before I was streaming, so now I would just pull up my stream and be like, look, but I wasn't streaming, so I didn't have any footage, and so they denied that, and that pissed me off. I come from the standpoint of like, if you have good customers, you want to do everything you can to keep them, especially in a situation like that. It's no sweat off your back. Remove that trade that I could not close because of your platform. So, in any case, that's who I trade with. I've pretty much tried most of the prop firms, and the ones I like the most: My Funded Futures, Top Step, Tradeify, and I think those are the main ones. Take Profit, because I had a bad experience with them. I don't know. I don't have I don't love them. One that's kind of slept on that nobody uses that I think is actually a really good one is called the Futures Desk. And they have a different sort of funding process where it takes you more time to do it. But once you do, you're live funded, and you can take payouts daily, which I like. That's kind of my rundown. I'm thinking about doing a series on prop firm company reviews, where I go through kind of the pros and cons of each one, because there's so many out there right now. It's confusing for people, and I've had some that are bad experiences, and some that are just like, you can tell customer service is just not on the ball. Like I've had funded accounts with I think it's called Futures Funding, and they have cheap accounts, but like, you might pass an account and get a funded account, and they might take like 2-3 days before you have that new account. It's like, what the fuck are y'all doing? Give me my account. And then on their payouts, they're like, can be like a week late on their payouts, and that's, to me, is unacceptable. It's like, if you go through all the work to get a funded account, you get your funded account, you earn your payout, and for them to take a week to review your trading, it's like, that's fucking bullshit. You guys need to get your shit together. Either get some better technology that can automatically detect whether or not you're violating rules or not, or staff it better. Like, if you don't have enough staff to get people payouts day of or next day at the latest, in my opinion, like, you're doing something wrong, and that's not how, those aren't the companies I want to deal with. Like, you might pay a little bit extra to work with a company that's on the ball about shit, but that to me gives me a bigger peace of mind than getting a cheaper deal. Working with a company that's like, that gives a shit about their customers and getting them paid in a timely fashion. All right, so here we are at the breakout level, and we're seeing a little bit of a drama, some chop. Looks a little bit similar to what happened here. We break the high, retest, come back down, could be bouncing up, could be ranging in here for just a minute, could fall from all-time highs, but also, going into this with the mindset that I'm going to be bullish until proven otherwise. But unfortunately, being bullish right here doesn't offer me a setup. I'm not sure if we're going to be offered another nice setup today, unless we end up going short and you're down to take a short. I don't know if I am. Also, another thing you can see at these all-time highs, that happens pretty frequently, is like it might be at this breakout level and you're thinking, I'm not going to take it up here, it's too high. But you'll see a lot of times at levels like this is like when you think it's too high, it's not too high. Now for where I'm at right now on the day, I don't know that I'm willing to take a long up here. But just speaking generally to that mindset, sometimes when you think it's too high, it's not too high. We could go higher. We can always go higher. We can always go lower. Like if we're looking bearish, we can always go lower. But right now we're bullish and having the mindset that, oh man, it's too high. Taking it at the breakout level. Sometimes you don't want to take it at the breakout level. But if you have enough momentum on your side and you're at a key level that's that important, like all-time high, you could get, you could start to see signs of a heavy short squeeze. Like right now, it's looking like we have some very bullish order flow, but it's being absorbed. And so you'll hear me talk about absorption quite a bit, especially at key levels like this. Essentially what I'm talking about is like you have a lot of buying happening through shorts being squeezed out of their positions. They're covering their shorts because let's say they took this short at all-time high, right? And it comes down here and then it bounces off here. Now you got people panicking, having to get out of their shorts, getting out of their shorts, panic. But if you have large institutions up here and algos with, 1,000 contract limit orders up here, just stacked. Anytime people are short or getting squeezed out and they're covering their short positions, it's just getting absorbed by these limit orders that are basically providing a wall. Let's say you got a wall up here of limit orders, all-time highs, and there's enough up here it doesn't matter how hard the buying is, it's going to get absorbed. People are covering their positions, and these people are just accumulating short orders up here. Also, you might have limit orders up here that are sells from smart money from, let's say, down here and down here, potentially. Now, for them to unload and get the best price possible to profit off of their long positions, what do you need? You need essentially an area where you can place your limit orders where what you don't want is you don't want to have aggressive selling. So you don't want to be taking profit all the way down, pushing the price down. You want to be a passive seller up here. So you got limit orders up here, and then people are pushing, they're buying or covering, and now you have basically an unlimited supply of orders that are hitting your limit orders that allow you to get out at the highest profit level possible without impacting the price in a way that's going to determine the decrease in profit that you're going to get at lower prices. So, Walner, what's you? What are you talking about? Said SME who bought down there. Oh, nice, dude. Okay, so you bought down here. Are you holding from down here or down here? Trying to get out up here. Shit, dude. Nice trade. And people like us, retail traders, doesn't matter. But when I'm talking about these, these passive sellers that might be up here, the reason they need to do stuff like this is because you know, we're trading a small amount of contracts. These people could have hundreds of thousands of contracts, right, that they need to get out of. And if they start pushing that kind of size, it's going to impact the price. But if you're doing it passively up here and you're at an area that's going to have a lot of action, a lot of volume, then you can get out of your trade without impacting price if you're passive. But if they have to aggressively get out, it's going to impact price because they got hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of contracts. That's a nice trade, brother. Glad to hear we got somebody making some nice money off of this move. This was a good move to have. If you're operating under the assumption that we did a liquidity grab down here, this is smart money, and that we're going to be protected here to move to higher prices, this would be a good entry. Here's the mega short. All right, dude, let's full port it. I've definitely been in this situation where it's like, damn, look at this double top, looks great. We're at all-time highs. Looks like we're gonna reject, and you know, you take it short, and it goes boom, you know, blasts up, and you're like, oh shit, I'm gonna go ahead and try again. It's not gonna keep going, and it'll do like one of these, and you're like, oh, I'm getting back in, and then it goes boom, and just like all-time highs. Then it starts like really going parabolic like that. And I've had this happen overnight when I'm like trading when I'm not supposed to be, like trading this shit overnight. I'm like, man, they're not gonna make this move overnight, all-time highs. They're gonna wait till New York Open, whatever. Bullshit. They'll do what they want when they want. So I've been in these moves and gotten just raked over the coals trying to do that shit. But who knows? I think Adam, dude, if you love this shit, dude, take it short. Go max size, no stop. Just max size short this shit. Takes money to make money. Sometimes you gotta pay the cost to be the boss. Gotta risk it for the biscuit. Raw dog is crazy. Dude, they can't stop you out if they can't catch you. Sometimes you got to play hard to get with the market. You might actually just go get a refresher shower and some coffee. You know, it's funny, Adam. You do that sometimes. Is that to get yourself away from the computer so you're not looking at this, tempted to trade? Or is it just you want that shit? Well, it's a good strategy then. Yeah. To me, we're looking ripe for an expansive move. I feel so freaking tired. I usually take a shower before a market. The last 2 days have been a blur. Copy that, man. Fucking clean yourself up and get refreshed, you know, to take this short so that you're nice and prepared and clean so that you can catch this full port, no stop flush. Boom. Who knows? Might even do this. And if you get yourself clean and you're ready and prepared, it might even do this. You know what I'm saying? So we can gonna reset, get your grind right, and come back fresh for the next week. Dude, I feel you on that, dude. I got a nice day. I've had a nice, past 2 days. The only thing keeping me in right now is, I'm gonna be honest, this stupid negative 572 on this account that I had anticipated passing today. And that's not a positive thing. I'm pointing it out as a negative thing, that it's keeping me in the market. Otherwise, I'm okay with, you know, these 3 accounts being positive. And then, but that negative one is like it's that one thing that's keeping me in the market that could make me blow up today and ruin my weekend. I'm aware of it. I don't, and you know, you guys know that I look at these eval accounts as like, I want to, like, I don't care if I'll abuse them. I don't really care. But once I start getting invested, like when I, you know, cause like I could pass this funded account today, or this eval today, and have another funded account next week. Once I get to the point where it's like, okay, I could very easily pass this account today. Once I get to that stage, then I start caring a little bit more, and then it could literally send me on tilt. Otherwise, I would be like, fuck this account. I'll go full port it right now and pass it, or not, and I don't care. But trying to take it a little slower on some of these accounts for multiple days, and now it's like the baby. It's like I'm taking care of the baby. So I don't want to abuse the baby now that I'm invested in it, but it's also making me stay in the market to try and get the baby passed. It's kind of an annoying thing that happens with the whole prop firm game, you know? But yeah, Adam, if you're going to go take your time and be safe, dude, then, you know, have a good weekend. Enjoy your time off. Up 142. If I get off, no more trades, I'm fine with it. You take a trade, you catch me right next to you. That's funny, man. But nice, dude. 142, that's, you know, that's where you want to be. You want to be in that. I'm just speaking from somebody that's been there. You know, having a really realistic small goal like that takes so much pressure off you. And yeah, it's going to take you a long time to pass your eval, but you're trying to build habits that are going to carry through to your funded account. And if you can make $150 a day, here's all I'll say about it is that you can scale that. If you can make $150 every single day, now multiply that by 5, and now you're making $750 a day. Easy. The hard thing is going to be for you to be satisfied with $150 a day before it's $750, and to get yourself to stop at that level. It's going to be very difficult. Okay, cool. That's what's up, Adam. Are you gonna put me on the phone and bring me in the shower with you? I'm gonna be honest. I sometimes when I'm taking showers, like if I take a 30-minute shower, sometimes I'll put it on trading video, and just I got this like soap dispenser or whatever. I just put my phone up on top of that shit, and you know, I have a nice long shower. And you know, at least I'm learning something while I'm showering. Yeah, dude, it's kind of the shit. There's also something to be said about, you know, taking your time to yourself without devices and shit. But, you know, sometimes if I want to take a long shower that's productive, I'll do that shit. Yeah, dude, yeah, there's value. There's so much value in that shit too. I was planning on having more, but this market was just not that made for your trading strategy. Yep. Was expecting it to reverse to the downside, but wanted to break highs. Yeah, man. And that goes back to, like, you gotta, whatever your setups are, you gotta discount them a little bit at all-time highs. So if you're like, you'll just see that like your normal, especially shorts, like if you're trying to take it short, you'll just see that you'll have a much lower success rate. But the training one, that could be widely beneficial because you are super relaxed, so you can listen better. Yeah. I'll tell you what I do in the shower every day that like I'm in there. I do breathing exercises. I do cold showers, so I'll do the cold shower for a minute and a half, and I'll switch back and forth. I'll go cold, and the best thing to do is to stay cold, but that's can kind of be like torture every day. But I go back and forth between cold shower, hot shower. I do breathing exercises, deep breathing exercises, and then I force myself to be in a mindset of being grateful. Like sometimes I don't feel like being grateful and I'm just a fucking grouch, and it's like I force myself, like I stay in there until I can be in a mindset where like I am happy, I'm grateful for not only things I have but things to come. I'm grateful for being able to trade every day and to be a trader that doesn't trade off emotion, a trader that doesn't get frustrated with shit, and so I try and set myself up, from a mindset standpoint. And what I found is those days that like I'm unable to just be like happy and grateful, and to be in a mindset of like I am the person I aspire to be. When I have a really tough time getting into that mindset, I end up like fucking up my day. It's almost like clockwork, and it should almost be used as a signal to like, okay, I gotta trade with a tenth of the size that I normally do today, because I am at risk. If I cannot force myself to get into that mindset of being grateful, being happy, and being the person that I aspire to be, man, my day's gonna go south, and it's really like telling for me. And it's a really healthy thing for me to do, to gauge. And sometimes it'll take me like 5-10 minutes of being in the shower and like doing my deep breathing and trying to put myself in that state of mind to like really be able to come out like basically with a big fucking shitting grin on my face, because I'm just happy. I'm happy that I don't have to go to a job. I'm happy that I'm progressing as a trader and doing all the things I want to do, and grateful for, being able to take just, everything. Like sometimes it takes like 5 to 10 minutes to of like focusing, getting in that mindset, deep breathing, all of that. But when I do, holy shit, does it help my day out. It really does. And like trying not to err on the side of, being woo-woo and like, spouting bullshit for the sake of positivity or whatever. But those are the things that I do like on a daily basis in the shower, and when I can do that successfully, it has measurable results for me. You're not a huge fan of cold showers? I don't think anybody is, but it is known to boost your serotonin and also boost your testosterone. Yeah, the only reason you get through work is because of trading after. I would totally be the same way. But yeah, if you guys haven't, cold showers is a fad, but it is based on science. So I would recommend if you're looking for something productive to watch, look up a guy named Andrew Huberman. Like type in YouTube Andrew Huberman cold showers or ice baths or whatever, and he'll go into detail about the impact it has on your serotonin and also your testosterone. Also, here's an interesting fact. And they've done studies on this. This is a funny one. If you lay out in the sun, get sunshine. First of all, sunshine's really fucking good for you. But if you lay out in the sun, and I'm pretty sure this percentage is correct, with direct sunlight exposure to your balls, you'll have and you do it consistently, you can have like 1,400% increases in your testosterone. You'll have to look it up. Direct sunlight to your balls, like lay out basically naked, getting direct sunlight to your balls can have a lasting impact on the amount of testosterone you produce. And if you guys aren't familiar, I mean, testosterone is really good for us as men. Basically, it prevents you from, being like all the other guys out there that have low testosterone levels, that can't talk to girls, and they're not motivated by productivity. They're not motivated by going after their dreams. You're sedentary. You basically want to sit at home and jack off all day. Like if you increase your testosterone levels, your biomarkers will improve. The function of your body will improve. Your ability to gain muscle will improve, and your mindset will improve. So anyway, yeah, look it up. Your girlfriend loves your loves your testosterone, dude. It's testosterone is that's what separates the men from women. Testosterone and balls, which is a byproduct of testosterone. And I don't know if I've showed you guys this. Let me show you. I think maybe I have a long time ago, but I'll show you. Like sometimes on X, I haven't been active on there mainly because it's like, I don't get a ton of value out of posting on X. But when I was posting more regularly on there, a lot of times I would post like meme type stuff that I would make, just like basically bullshit. Like all the traders on X, they all have something to say about, how you need to be a good trader, do this. And so I kind of made, fun of kind of that mindset of like trying to give everybody advice on, X. But this is something I did. Let's see. So like I made a meme. And I said, want to scale your P&L? Start scaling your cold showers. Your trading success is built one shiver at a time. Hashtag more cold, more profits. Hashtag know your edge. And then, I got this fucking guy taking a cold shower. Here, let me see if I can find another one. Oh, we were just talking about both of these things, right? Want to know why you aren't a profitable trader? Your trades aren't underperforming, your sells are. Sunlight isn't a luxury, it's an indicator. Get your face lit, then watch your profits grow. Photosynthesize profits. I like funny shit like that. Smooth words, yeah. I like giving people fake advice. Not you guys, obviously, but, as like a funny fucking thing on social media. Like everybody thinks they're a know-it-all on social media, so poking fun at that, saying you're not a successful trader because you're not getting sunlight is a funny thing to me. Or like you're not a successful trader because your desk isn't clean. Although that one I kind of believe. If you're sitting at a messy desk, same thing with clutter. If you're surrounded by clutter, it's going to be tough to be focused. So I got to take that one seriously. You're over there with no desk? What are you doing? How do you trade? Are you on your phone or what the fuck? Laptop? What is it? Dude, I got to understand what your trading setup is. Use your MacBook laptop and watch me on the phone. What is your laptop like? Are you sitting on a couch with your laptop in your lap, or like where's your laptop? either on the couch or bed. Damn, dude. I could not do that. I gotta, like, my desk is like my sanctuary, like where I got everything. Obviously, like, I'm streaming and stuff, so I gotta have my camera. But even if I wasn't trading, I've gotta have my shit. You know, like I've got so much screen, like, real estate, that trading on a laptop for me is almost impossible. I could do it, and I have done it, and I do it when I'm out of town. But what I'm thinking about doing for when I travel is getting some XR glasses, so some glasses where I can plug them into the laptop, and then essentially I'm seeing like a big screen in front of my face instead of just the small laptop, so that I could have like a 3-screen setup on, like, virtually, so I can trade basically with these glasses on while sitting at my laptop, but it looks like I have, you know, multiple monitors. That's what I'm considering doing, and you can get those for like, I don't know, now probably like $500 or something like that. You probably get the older versions for probably like $300. That to me would be kind of a perfect traveling setup. So no matter where I am, at least I have big screens that I can look at. I do have like some smaller monitors. Like I have 2 smaller like mobile monitors. Let me see, do I have? I got one set up right here, but I have another one that's put away. They're basically like 17-inch small, real thin monitors that you can just plug into a laptop. The phone, big ass one, not this. So wait, what are you saying? It's the ones that fold, not the big ass one, not that. This. Oh yeah. You're talking about your laptop. Yep. But yeah, so that's what I'm thinking about doing for when I travel. Is bringing my laptop and then having those glasses, because it's like, I don't know, trading on a small screen, especially just trading on one screen, is difficult for me. Like, I like to have 2 screens, so I can look at, you know, different time frames easily. And like over here, I have like my monitor that's dedicated to higher time frame, and you know, I'm not the biggest fan of having indicators rule your trading life, but I do like referencing some of them, especially cumulative volume delta. You guys know that I'm big on that. I want to see when volume is happening in a specific direction and when price is not budging. I like being able to see that. But in any case, yeah, traveling or trading on a laptop without a desk to me would be like, oof, that would be difficult. But you got your own rhythm. You like doing it that way. That's cool. How do you enter trades? I'm curious. Do you enter by clicking the button with your like trackpad? Too broke to get a PC and a monitor. Copy that, dude. Totally understand. If I were you, I wouldn't worry about getting a PC, but I would consider getting a monitor. That way you could set it up on your kitchen table or whatever the hell you have to use, and you could use a monitor just to plug into your laptop, and that way you at least have a big screen. And you could probably find a pretty decent monitor set up for $250 or something like that. You don't need anything crazy, but I would probably get, you know, like a 27, 30, or 34-inch monitor. And you could probably get that. Let me take a look. I'm pretty sure, like, I have an ultra wide 34-inch. I'm pretty sure I got that for like $300 or something. Let me see. I'm gonna look at a 30-inch monitor. Yeah, you can get a 30-inch monitor for like $168. There's a 27-inch Acer one I'm seeing for $100. So you can find them out there for pretty cheap. That, honestly, I mean, if I were in your position, that's what I would be looking at. If it doesn't bother you, don't even fucking worry about it. But yeah, I would probably that's probably the first thing I would do if I was in your position. I would have my laptop. I would want to get an area situated where I can kind of settle in. If you like the couch, that's one thing. I like kind of being up, and you know, I have the standing desk, so I can raise it up and I can stand every once in a while. I don't know. My desk is like kind of like my serious zone. It's because I spend most of my time here that I want to make sure that I am set up for success and can be productive. And so it's important to me. Your brother broke it? Motherfucker, your brother should pay for it. Okay, so you click buy, then you click close. Got it. So one of these days I would like to, it looks like we're getting some rejection here. I'm gonna switch to the 5 minute. I don't know if I'm interested in taking a short, but it looks like we're starting to see some selling happening. One of these days I'll maybe make a video on what my setup is like and how I use hotkeys. So you might not be aware of it, but you can use hotkeys in Top Step to put you in positions, take you out of positions, place a stop, so on and so forth. So I really like doing that because it's quicker than moving my mouse to the buy button or moving my mouse to the sell button. I usually always have my hands on my keyboard, and I have a key. Let me pull another keyboard here. Give me 1 sec. So if we're looking at like this keyboard, the way I have it set up, like over here, this is all my my trading hotkeys on the numpad. So like I said, I'll probably have to do a video to really kind of get complete with it. But if I want to get into a buy position, I just hit Control plus. That'll give me in a market buy. If I want to sell, I'll hit like Control Alt 0, and it might seem complicated, but if my hands are always here, I'm always ready to go boom, like that, right? So the amount of time it takes me to do that versus move a mouse button to click the buy button is a lot quicker. Same thing with getting out of positions. So basically it's like, if you think of it like as if you're playing a video game, right? It's like having the controller in your hand where you have a dedicated button that does it really quickly means that your time to enter a trade can be a millisecond. Whereas if you're kind of relying on your mouse to do all the work, it can take you 2 seconds, for instance, to move. And so that amount of time can potentially improve your entries and exits. But anyway, in any case, that's how I like operating. And so essentially, if I have a keyboard, I always have to have a numpad. And let me show you this real quick. 1 sec. I might have left it upstairs. I might have it upstairs, but essentially I have I have a numpad by itself, so I can connect that to my computer. So for you're using a MacBook, for instance, so you don't have a numpad. You can buy numpads just on their own and just plug that into your MacBook. And so whenever I travel, I have to either have a full-size keyboard or I have to have that numpad that connects, because I'm so geared toward like my muscle memory. Like I can, as long as I have a numpad, I can trade like super quickly, get in and out of trades no matter what platform it is. So in any case, I always travel with a numpad. Also, this is interesting. I mean, I've experimented with trading on a controller, like here's an Xbox controller. I've done it on an Xbox controller, on a PlayStation controller. So I've experimented with having a program running in the background that basically says when I press A, that'll get me into a buy. So it's basically the same thing as the numpad, where I can hit Control plus and that gets me into a buy. But I can hit A on the controller and that'll get me into a buy. And if I hit X, it'll sell, so on and so forth. So that's something that I've done as well. I don't know what the fuck happened to my P&L here. 1 sec. You just got out of the shower? You just shorted? That might be a good one, man. I was just saying, this is looking like we're getting some hard selling here. I might be tempted to join you. I don't know. I might just let you have that one. I'm tempted. This is looking very, weak. Yeah, he's in short, Cupid. Yours, you was, but lost 75 because it reversed when you got in. This is looking damn weak right here. Could consider a scalp even if it's just to here, like 24,790-ish, 20-point scalp. I might consider it. Again, I'm done trading my fundeds, so might just try and get this this eval monkey off my back. It's looking very weak. The only thing I don't love about this is that we haven't picked up sell volume just yet. You notice these red candles, or in my case gray candles, are not high volume just yet. So we haven't picked up on volume to the downside yet. It's just looking weak structurally. So yeah, dude, Adam's feeling fresh. He's going full port, no stop, short from all-time highs. Let's go. He's looking for this since he already had his shower. Come back, just dried your hair too. Fucking A, dude. You're fresh. You got your hair dry. Like, you're ready to take this short all the way down, dude. Full size, no stop. We should make a t-shirt that says full size, no stop. Looking good. Looking like it's gonna pop down here at the very least. I'll tell you what I'm thinking, at least, is that we could potentially find some support in this gap. But I don't know. Adam could be taking all this to the bank. This whole move. So I'm not trying to fade just yet, but might potentially see a long here or down here. I'm not fading you, dude. I'm hoping this dumps all the way down here, even if I'm not in it. 24,800 can be a key level. Looks like we're going to bust right through it. 24,790 will be the next kind of area that I think I would be watching. What's your target here, Adam? Or I know you're on SPX. But maybe if you could just translate what that would be on my chart. What kind of target are you looking for? I just texted Ben and said, dude, it's triple witching day and you're not even trading. There was a 600-point drop. Okay, 24,760 or lower. Cool. Okay. So if I was feeling very bearish and we weren't at all-time highs, I would be looking at this area as a potential second chance entry short, 24 to 815-ish. Still looking good for short, looking like this might just be a pullback up here and then continuation of the downside, but I think I'm going to wait and see if we can find, hopefully when Adam exits, I'll be entering long. Mainly what I'm thinking about is what I'm going to eat for lunch. Yeah, Adam, I would say that this little pullback here, like, it still looks okay, but obviously the better price action for this move would be immediately melting, you know, coming down to this gap area. But looks like you got in a good area, probably closer to this like 820 is where your entry is. I mean, you could always just break even it. That's exactly the way I would be looking at it, Adam. I should have sent it. But it doesn't mean the trade is invalidated. It just is not. It wasn't your expectation that we were going to have this bounce here. It was that we were going to have a trickle down effect of, you know, selling pressure, and the lower we go, the harder it should get. And that's what I would be thinking if I was in this trade. The lower we go, the further away we get from all-time highs, the harder it should push. I, Polo. Oh, damn, dude. I need to know. Have to have a real conversation with you about, the Solana deal. Do people ever just give you Solana? Is that a thing? It's, I kind of think of it like when I'm in downtown Denver. Like sometimes I'll give, homeless people money when they ask for it, but I'm just wondering, does that happen online? Is it successful? What's up, Kodo? You good boy? Hey, what are you doing? What is it? You're hungry, aren't you? Okay, Dad'll get you some food. I'm gonna go feed my dog real quick. I'll be right back. If this breaks the high, the last 5-minute candle though, I'm out. People do give you Solana. That's interesting, man. You know what's funny? They're in Austin, Texas, downtown. There were high school kids that used to have their parents drop them off downtown, and they would beg on the streets all day, like on the weekends, and they would make a decent amount of money, like a couple $100 each, for their mom dropping them off and then begging on the streets. They would make it a decent amount of money begging. So I guess, yeah, if people are doing that, the ideal scenario is you have bots that go ask that. Go into other people's channels and be like, can you send me Solana today? And then you just give out your address, right? Your crypto address. I don't know. Maybe we're wasting all our time trading and we should be asking for Solana. I'll be right back. I'm going to get my dog some food. What's up, bud? Come on. Still not looking bad. You just asked because you need some house start. You just asked because you need some money. I understand that. Well, I'm glad it works out for you. I'm glad you get some money. My recommendation would be try and work on providing value in exchange for currency. Figure out something where you can provide value to people, and then people will probably be more willing to give you money. But it's tough to have somebody just ask you for money and want to give them money. Everybody works hard for their money, or most people do. They work 0.5 points of profit. Copy that, dude. But Polo, find something you want to work on that's not just asking people to give you stuff. That's what I would recommend. Do you know how to buy Solana if you're under 18? As far as I know, to have a crypto wallet, I'm pretty sure you can buy. I don't know. I could be wrong about that. Cupid might know better than that. If you can have somebody set up, I don't know. Is there an age limit on having a crypto wallet? You're green and the trade didn't work out. Sweet. Well, yeah, being green and having a trade not work out is way better than being red because of it. I don't know about this. Could be going back up to highs, but this wasn't really an area I was watching, so I'm not going to take that shit. We could just kind of grind down too, right? Could just grind down, kind of like what we did here, right? So look at this. What website at least? I don't know. I mean, go to Coinbase. Google search crypto, exchange. Go to Coinbase, maybe Kraken. It's boggling my mind that you're asking for Solana, but you don't even know how to accept it. Like, if I were to say yes, I'll give you Solana, how would you even accept it if you don't have a crypto wallet and you're under 18? You have a crypto wallet, okay? Phantom, okay. So you're saying you can't buy Solana because you're under 18, but you have a crypto wallet? Let me ChatGPT this. I don't know. I don't know why I'm trying to solve your problems here, but I'm curious. So I'm gonna see. Can you buy? No, stay low. No, let's see. Can you buy crypto if you are under? My guess is absolutely you can. But I don't know. You cannot buy. You can't legally. Okay. Can minors still technically get crypto, but it involves workarounds, using a parent's or an adult account, receiving crypto from someone else. Okay. Using decentralized wallets like MetaMask. All right, there's your answer. Check out MetaMask. MetaMask. Looks like that is your answer. Whether it's legal or not, I'm not sure. But looks like that might be the answer because they don't require age verification, but you still need a way to fund it. So you can fund it and then you can buy all the Solana you want. You don't have to ask people for it. That's what it sounds like, Polo. I have it too, but they ask ID. MetaMask. Cool. So what is your why do you need Solana so bad? I might take a breakout trade here to start trading meme coins. Copy that. This at the price we're at, I'm taking a risk here that we're gonna continue breaking out to higher prices. Looking like we're gonna have potentially a violent pullback, but I did like this the way it was looking right here to potentially go long. So I'm taking a risk. Well, Polo, I mean, I think if you're having people that send you Solana and other channels, could be a good strategy for you to get the funds you need to start trading meme coins. Also, I could see it being, easy to potentially get your parents to fund it or something like that, or a friend that's older, or a brother or sibling. But unfortunately, I don't think this is going to be the channel that helps you do all that stuff. And if you have the money, I'm sure it's probably pretty easy to get Solana in exchange. And all this is making no sense to me, that you need Solana to trade meme coins, but you have the money and you have a crypto wallet. It's like, couldn't you use US? I don't know. Here I am, like, racking my brain trying to help you solve your Solana problem. But I'm sorry, man. That's the maximum amount I'm going to use of my brain power to help you solve the Solana problem you got right now. Okay, so what do I not like about the trade I'm in? I don't like that I'm using this low as the launch point for this being sent higher. This kind of abrupt move up looks like it could have been a liquidity grab to continue lower to an area that actually matters more. So that being said, might just stop out of this. That's an L on my part. And I'll probably wait for this to come down lower to try and take a trade. That was not a good entry. It was an impulsive entry. I need to wait for something better to show up. Maybe getting sent from here. More patience. Man, I'll tell you what, guys. I might shut it down. Like that last entry I had I realized it was impulsive. I wasn't using logic. I wasn't using my areas. I was just getting in because I was like, ooh, this could continue going long. I don't want to be in that mindset today. And unless one of these areas gets hit, I can see this being kind of messy right here. Broke all-time highs, coming down, getting rejected a little bit in an area that makes no sense. We could continue to go lower from here, and I'm seeing it potentially get a little messy, and I might not want to risk it. I might have to accept my L on that eval account I was trying to pass today. Might have to save it for next week. I had a good day. Yesterday. I got the weekend to look forward to. I don't want to fuck it up. So I might just end this stream early, guys. I think so, Adam. I can enjoy my day knowing I didn't risk it. The market might be wrong for the rest of the day. Cupid, you still alive? Are you trying to trade this back and forth? Did you, hopefully you're still doing all right. You're done for the day too. Cool, man. I think it's a smart decision. That short setup was amazing and did not work. Yep, I agree. You got a big loss. Shit, man, that sucks. Sorry, man. I hope this impulsive long that I took wasn't it. It probably was, but yeah, sorry, man. I recognized that I was being impulsive and I took an L there too. But yeah, I think I think it's safe to be done for the day. I think it's a good decision. I think it's a smart decision. I think this choppy price action could get a little squirrely, and I don't want to be in the middle of it. So you're down 200. Copy that. Well, just remember, being down 200's a hell of a lot better than losing the account, which could easily happen. This market is, I think, getting to the point where, as we get closer to the end of the day, there's going to be more and more funny business that happens that might be unpredictable. So let's all enjoy our weekend, and if you guys keep trading, be safe. Yep, 100%. Yeah, you guys have a good one too. I will. I'll update you if on Discord if I end up taking any trades for the remainder of the day. I don't anticipate it, but in any case, you guys have a fantastic weekend and stay safe. And I'll see you guys on Monday. Peace out.